Councillor Rangiaho to open with a karakia, please.
Morena tātou. Tūtawa mai runga, tūtawa mai rango, tūtawa mai roto, tūtawa mai waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, kia tau ai te mauri ora, ki te katoa, ani e tātou. Morena tātou.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, we can be on first name basis here. This is just a briefing. And no need to go through the chair or any of that sort of stuff, but I will conduct the meeting and give you an indication as you speak. So, thank you. Let me just read the obligatory notices. Welcome to members of the public who have joined us today. Council briefings are recorded. By remaining in the public gallery, it's understood your consent has been given if your presence is inadvertently broadcast. Please be aware the microphones in the tōtara room are sensitive to noise, so please remain quiet throughout the meeting unless asked to speak. Recordings are available upon request for up to 6 months following this briefing. Health and safety, in case of an emergency, please follow the building warnings and make your way to the nearest exits, which are well indicated. The meeting point is located at Peace Park, just behind me on Bourne Street. Bathroom facilities are out yonder, opposite the entrance to the chambers of Margaret Mahi Court. I have apologies here from Councillor Puller and Rangiaho, but obviously that's not accurate.
Yes.
All right then, let's get started with the first item on the agenda, which is the Three Waters rating review. So, Bevan, you have a couple of guests there, which are Howard Severinson, which is over there, Howard, and Phil Jones, who is familiar, they're both familiar faces to us. So,
Morena Tata.
we're in your hands.
Morena Tata. You've done half my job already in introducing Philip and Howard.
I hope it's not half your job.
Well, they're doing the rest of it. So just as an introduction, this conversation's about Three Waters rating review. As you know, there's been a long-standing desire to have a look at how we're rating for Three Waters across the district. It's a very complex rating system with different sort of jam jars and different schemes. And so we'll work through what some of those complexities are. As you recall, Three Waters came back into our long-term plan very late in the piece, so too late in the piece to have a conversation around whether we could tidy up the rating through that process. And so we agreed that we would look at a rating review for Three Waters in year one. So we're here now, and also it helps us to inform local waters done well and our preparation for delivering or preparing water service delivery plans over the next 10 months. So welcome. So what we're going to cover off today, or what we're aiming to do today, is seek some direction from you around how you would like us to move in terms of equalisation or simplifying the rates for Three Waters. And we've got some examples that we'll work through. There'll be a bit of information around each of the Three Waters and how we're rating for those currently, with a bit of background. And we're going to talk a bit about some emerging or existing issues that we have with the current rating system, and some complexities around local water done well and timing for that, which you'll get a bit more information around in the next workshop. We've also wanted to cover off some of the opportunities for funding around Matata wastewater. So, you know, some of the challenges we have is how do we rate for that new scheme, and how do we account for growth, and what are the funding levers we have for that. So at this point, I'll probably like to hand over to Howard.
Okay, good morning. What we're talking about here is it's all about money, really. So up there on the screen, we've put what you have budgeted to collect in year one of the LTP. So it totals a bit over $20 million, and it's 30% of the total rate take. And there's a term that you'll be hearing over the next year or so, which is revenue sufficiency. So Ian and Bevan might talk a bit more about that later in terms of local water. That's a big part of the revenue for whatever vehicle ends up delivering water services. So it's really important that we go into that with a clear understanding around the table of where the revenue sources come from and the decisions that led to those.
Howard, the water supply, the 9.86,
Yep.
that's under the existing systems that we're running now, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And effectively, we're not endeavouring to change any of those numbers, but we're trying to make sure that they're collected in a fair manner. So some water is water by metre.
Yeah.
Some is a universal annual rate or charge that everyone pays equally. And you can change the proportion of those.
I was going to say, because that could change depending on the outcome of today's meeting, right? Okay.
Yeah. So that's the decisions that you will have to make is do you want to move up or down? Do you want to equalise more or less? How do we arrive at that total?
So it could actually be less than that, couldn't it?
Probably not, no.
You're just shifting in between. You're just moving things around.
I beg your pardon?
You're just moving things around inside of those
Essentially,
numbers.
yeah. And they're not deck chairs on the Titanic.
Okay.
But essentially, we are moving things around, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
You may decide to leave everything exactly the way it is. I don't think you will, but you might. That's one of your choices.
Okay.
Okay, next slide, please. Who's got
Left one.
Sorry. I call a lot of what we do jam jar accounting. So we've got all these little jars that have got a little bit of money in them or not, or they can have deficits actually as well. And we try to keep them all at a certain level. So we've got them for different regions, different parts of the district. And we've got separate schemes, and we've got the 3 different waters. We talk about CapEx and OpEx. There's effectively a lot of jam jars that we're trying to manage. Sometimes that causes, I call it the tail wagging the dog. So we make decisions about pipes in Murupara based not on the life of the pipe or leakage or something like that, but partly on the effect that replacing that pipe would have on the rates in Murupara. And that's probably not the best way to make decisions. Decisions should be made, on a purist basis, on asset management principles, on how leaky the pipe is, how old it is, what's it made of, is it serving the customers adequately or not. It also focuses Bevan and his team's attention on what I call the micro level. So they spend a lot of time budgeting for things at a very discrete level, reporting on those at a discrete level, coding invoices at a discrete level, reconciling at that level, reporting. And whereas in the equalised schemes, you kind of do the same thing, but you only do it once. So perhaps it's more efficient, or it probably is more efficient, to have a broader equalised scheme. But that comes with consequences as well, so you don't just decide to equalise everything. There are pluses and minuses on all the decisions that you need to make.
But do we discuss that? Because this is possibly one of the issues up at Murupara is the condition of those of that infrastructure. So does that get brought into this conversation today, or could that...
We probably won't be discussing the condition of the infrastructure, but it's relevant to the decision making. If you've got an intricate financial system and there's a big implication of doing a little thing, that might force you to make the wrong decision.
I think, I've touched on it in previous infrastructure and planning meetings about the fact that it's outside of the equalisation scheme that there has been underinvestment because we've been worried about the level of rates increases to that community. Some of the challenges we have right now is that we've got to make some upgrades to a water treatment plant, and then within, the next 2 years, you've got a wastewater consent expiring.
Yep.
So there's going to be significant investment in that community in the short term that you need to work through these conversations to understand actually, if you leave it outside of an equalised scheme, that community is going to be paying significantly more than everybody else.
Exactly. So is that part of today's conversation
Yes.
as to whether we bring it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a critical part of it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Bevan. There is perceived unfairness, and in fact there always will be. There always will, because if you do that, then this person, so we're not going to solve that. There's complexity on the plains in terms of drinking water supply, perceived entitlements. I've done I've quite enjoyed it, some research over at the Research Centre, looking through the 1978, 79, 80, 84 minute books of when Braemar first came into existence, and it's a pretty neat scheme, but there may be some change to the consumers of that scheme from decisions that you make. And as I've mentioned, we're probably not in an ideal position for local water done well entry at the moment. So that one. Yep. Yeah.
So can I just ask a little bit more? So when you talk about the perceived entitlement, you mean that because of the historical way that the scheme came about, that people have expectations that might be...
Yeah, effectively, the water by metre charge on the plains is about a third or a quarter, I think, of what it is here in town.
Yeah.
And that is what it is at the moment. And round the table you have the ability to change that. But I think it is important to understand the history of the scheme, and there'd be some pretty severe consequences if we make quick decisions without understanding the complexities.
Fair enough.
I guess at the time, the premium was put on unleashing the productive capacity of the country, so they got a sweet deal on water. But so whether or not the same circumstances apply to those is another thing. So.
Yep. So if I can rattle through these reasonably quickly, but what tools do you have, what levers have you got to play with? So we've spoken about equalisation. How broad should it be? Should it include everyone or fewer schemes? You've got the quantum of your targeted rate, and that's for all three waters. And you've got the quantum of your volumetric rate only for drinking water. You're almost fully metered as a district, so well done. You really can congratulate yourselves for that. It's a really great conservation measure.
85% at the moment, Howard, is it?
I think higher.
Or higher. That's pretty good, yeah.
Availability rates. There are relatively few properties that have availability of drinking water or wastewater who are not connected, and they tend to pay a fee anyway.
Yeah.
That's right.
Relatively small though. You've currently got a commercial differential, so car yards in Whakatane pay 2.2 times for stormwater what residential properties pay. You can change that. You don't currently have graduated target rates for connection sizes, so big fat connections onto pipes, in many places they charge a bit extra for those every year. Currently we don't. And a graduated volumetric rate, so you can have your first X litres of drinking water at a certain price and then ramp it up as you water gardens and do other things with your water supply. Or you could even ramp it down, not usually.
Is that a common?
Yes, reasonably common. Yeah.
And we have that for the plains scheme.
Yes,
So you have a
plains.
rate up to your allocation, and then over that allocation is a different rate.
And it's a lower rate, eh?
Higher.
Oh, higher. Okay.
Yeah. And interestingly, Whakatane did have a seasonal charge for water
Remember
back
that?
about 12 years ago.
Yeah.
So it was, I think, double the price in summer.
Over at
But-
Hopi.
Was it? Yeah. But that isn't currently in place. It's probably quite complex. You have to rush out and read all the meters on the first day of summer and the last day of summer. But it's an opportunity.
Have we got an indication as to how successful that was, or what sort of income it produced when that was in play? Because I clearly remember it. It was through the summer period.
I don't know why it was.
We could certainly dig that out, and I think with the implementation of smart meters, that process could be a lot more streamlined than it used to be. So that's definitely an opportunity we should be having a look at and doing a bit of investigation.
You said that we can only use volumetric rates on drinking water. Don't places use like a ratio of drinking water to work out your wastewater?
Yeah.
The laws, the rate, if you wanted it by a rate, absolutely. You can only rate for wastewater per connection. However, if you want to use a fee and a charge, then you can use a fee and a charge, but then you don't, it's got to be invoiced. It can't go on the rates notice.
Right.
And if people don't pay their volumetric charge for their water and wastewater, you then can't use the Rating Act to collect that. You've got to go to the normal debt collection court process rather than using the provisions of the Rating Act. So that's why the majority of councils don't use it. Now, Watercare is a CCO, so that's why they use it.
Right, yeah.
So under the new provisions, if you have a CCO as part of your local water done well, you could use that.
Oh, yeah.
Because a CCO can't use rates. They can only use a fee and a charge.
So for wastewater, Phil, will that come back to the amount of pans in a residence? Is that-
No.
Okay.
Again, welcome to the Rating Act. The Rating Act says you can use pans for non-residential properties,
Okay.
but for every residential property, you're only legally allowed to have charge one pan.
Okay.
It's a little wee clause in the Rating Act.
Okay.
Which one, Philip? Left, is it? That right one? Going right? There we go. Yep.
If you're lucky, this will be my last slide. So, most of this was to remind you of what's in your long-term plan, so your guiding principles. I won't read them all out, but they are things that I'm sure you consider when you're making all your decisions around the council table about being fair and equitable, aligning to your strategic goals. Affordability is mentioned left, right and centre. So just a reminder that as you do this work of moving any levers, if they get moved, you keep these principles in mind. Okay.
Right, so what we want to talk about today is basically what are the options you would like us to look at, right? There are only options to bring back, and there can be a wide range of options, and then we'll narrow that down over a period of time to the preferred option. So one of the, for water, currently we've got some unequalised schemes, particularly, and obviously the water, the elephant in the room is going to be the plains because of that historical agreement that was put in place in the 1970s. I knew it was always there, I just didn't know the history. Thanks, Howard, for that. That to me is actually going to be a challenge how we can consider equalising that if that is the council's desire. And also, I think the big debate is going to be over the level of fixed rates versus water by meter. Now, interestingly, and I'll pick on Howard's experience at Tauranga City, when Tauranga City introduced water by meter for the first time, back, when was it? Can't remember.
Turn of the century, I think.
It was the turn of the century. Their first year, they basically moved from 100% fixed charge to 100% by water by meter. That year they did it, they had a little bit of an income deficit because in the first year everyone was very conscious of the amount of water they were using, and their expected water consumption was also significantly less, therefore their income was less, and therefore they were left with a bit of a deficit. Now that is one of the things you've got to consider is with fixed charges you've got 100% certainty of how much income you're going to get. With water by meter, you're going to rely on how much people are going to use, and that is very much dependent on the climate. You have a wet summer, people won't water their gardens. You have a windy summer like we had a few years ago, no one used their boats, so no one was washing their boats, no one was going swimming, etc. So the water consumption from that was down. So there's all sorts of these ups and downs that happen over a period of time. And the question is, now where's the right balance between the amount of fixed and the amount of income you want from water meter? Now, obviously with water meters, you've actually got, the higher the water meter charge, you've actually got a greater incentive for people to conserve water. So you've got to say is, what's the principle that we want to unpack of why are you metering people? What's the outcome you want to achieve? Is it because it's fair and equitable? Is it you want to conserve water? What's the objective? Because that should actually then help you drive your pricing.
Yeah, I just wanted to get one in. I could argue that user pays. I mean, you pay for what you use is the fairest. I mean, I lived in Houston in 1988 and I had a mate, you could pay for electricity that way. You could pay flat rate.
Yep.
Or you could pay for what you used. I was on a pay for what you used. I had a mate that paid just a flat rate. He left his air conditioner on all day and he wasn't there. So, I mean, that's the sort of bad habits that introduces, I suppose.
Oh,
Evan?
yeah.
Although you receive less money for volumetric, depending on the seasons and the weather, I thought part of the idea for volumetric charging was that it reduced the amount of water you use and therefore reduce the amount of chemicals, reduce the amount of chlorine, reduce the amount of blah, blah,
Yep.
blah. So wouldn't the reduction in the maintenance and the chemicals, et cetera, be offset by the drop in the volume?
Let the engineers answer, but my bean counter answer is there are things called fixed costs. So whether you use 1 cubic litre of water a year or use 100 cubic litres of water a year, the cost of providing that service to you, the actual infrastructure to support that, is the same.
So if the volume of water drops 50%, your charges would only drop 90 or 85% of that.
That's some work we need to do.
Yep.
And I've got to put, I was probably the person who did that initial work.
But I thought the part of the selling thing for people was that the less water you use, the better it is for everyone. But
And that's absolutely right, because water is actually of a limited resource.
Yep.
So to me is, you've got to consider what are your drivers, and the cost versus, the fixed versus variable costs are something that we need to consider, as well as the driver. So it's there is no right answer. If we had a right answer, everyone across the country would actually be using it.
I mean, it's non-linear.
Yep.
So I guess it's a bit of a scale, right? So you've got revenue certainty at one end, water conservation at the other end, and so what you're trying to do is position yourself with an element of certainty around revenue, but also you want to, is it a direction of travel that we want to move to in terms of water conservation? The other point I'd like to make is that there are a number of other costs alongside treatment. So the cost of treatment is probably quite cheap compared to the cost of providing the infrastructure. And if you have an untreated supply, for example, the cost of sampling is a lot higher than the cost of treatment. And so sometimes when you can move from untreated supply to a treated supply, your rates actually become cheaper.
Andrew?
Have we done an exercise, like, for example, Waimana is one of these connected and non-metered, it's 798 per annum. Have we done an exercise to see, like me, for example, with gardens and what have you, and extensive watering through the summer, how are we better off, by the metered or by the fixed rate? And my second question to that is that when we installed these meters, we told the ratepayers, that we were doing that because we wanted to monitor whether there was leakage on your side or council's side. And the question was asked then, are you then going to charge volumetric? We said, no, that's the purpose of installing the meters. Now, on top of that, I don't know how many there are, but I know damn well out in Waimana and Taniatua, there were a number of residents said, no way are you putting a meter in. And to my knowledge, they still haven't got meters to this day. So again, that's a double-edged sword.
So I think it was 2012, correct me if I'm wrong, Philip, prudence measures came in and we had to start thinking about our recording quantum of water loss. And so rather than having an arbitrary calculation, we went on a process of installing meters so that, we could understand and report water loss, but two, we could then address the water loss and fix the leaks. So funding or rating is a secondary conversation. We always signalled that wasn't the intent of putting them in, but it is an opportunity to understand how you are collecting or paying for water in a fair and equitable manner. What you might identify through this process is that they may be paying more than they need to.
Yes.
On this fixed charge of unmetered charge of $700 odd than they would if they were utilising water meters.
And for those that haven't allowed the meters to be installed on their properties, how do we deal with that one?
Well, that's the same process, right? They will be getting charged the $700 odd when in reality they might actually be, if they had meters, be charged less, depending on their usage.
Damn it, I shouldn't have allowed the meter to be installed.
Can I just ask Phil if you've got a kind of a consensus position around the country and other places, like in Aotearoa, is it mostly this or mostly that, or is it just a spectrum of everything?
Currently it's a spectrum. And I think that's, I use the word historical, right? Not historical, right? Because it's actually, based on other events at the time, which has now been superseded, but people have actually held on to not wanting to change. And I think that's the biggest challenge. One of the options we actually, we need to think about too as we go down through these options. And we'll talk about it when we come to Matatā. How quickly do you actually then want to make those changes over a period of time? Because you actually have tools you don't, do you want to do the big bang? So you go from, using Tauranga as an example, they went from having no water meters and basically to everyone having water meters in 1 year, or do you want to actually make, say, in 5 years' time, we want to be at, and I'm just making this number up, 90% charged by way of water meter, 10% by way of fixed charge, but over a period of time, we'll actually make that progressive change. Now, that is confusing for some people, but it's offset against the immediate financial impact for others. So you've got to, again, it's that, you've got to make some trade-offs here. So our job is to bring you the options, right? And we want to explore which options you want us to look at. Otherwise, you're going to drown in the swamp if we try and give you too many options.
I think the other thing to be mindful of is local water done well in the future of Three Waters, and how a water service entity might be looking to charge in the future.
That sort of brings in the question, should we also be looking at what the other councils in our area are doing to be sort of consistent?
In terms of local water done well?
Yeah. Like if we go down one path and the others are all going down a different path. I'm just wondering if we should be looking at.
Well, I think if we went back to those principles, right, it's about primarily understanding what is a fair and equitable charging mechanism, and I think we should do that irrespective of what other councils are doing. So if they haven't implemented water meters, or even if they don't even want to do a joint CCO kind of conversation, that's something to cover in the next one. But
I guess I'm just saying we should be aware of what.
we will need to be aware of it, and whatever water service entity is set up, they're either going to go, it's going to be a bit of a balancing act over time. You got the big fixed charge, or you've got a volumetric charge, and then depending on how much water people use, it's you win or you lose.
I guess it depends on the kind of water source for drinking
Exactly.
water, what sources you've got.
Yeah.
If you're tapping the river and you've got to do a lot of cleaning, that's one thing. If you're getting good quality artesian water out of the ground, it's another thing. So it's all about that panorama of sources that you've got.
Yep.
That varies, yeah.
Then there's the excess groundwater, but then
The last option we want to talk about was water, and it's not a big dollar issue. It's about the the method of charging for availability. Now, again, prior to 2002, you could only charge 50% of your fixed charge by way of availability. The current Rating Act basically says you can charge whatever you think is appropriate for availability. Now, where that comes important is probably not so much in water because it's only a small amount, but when we start talking the principle of matata, where you actually got people progressively coming onto a scheme, the longer that people don't pay the rates, the more, and I'll come on to that at the end of the day, it's more expensive for everybody. And my experience, both when I was at Western Bay, we had basically three new schemes. For all new schemes, we progressively had a very high fixed charge to begin with for everybody, whether they were connected or not. And the rationale was actually to encourage people to connect. So probably not so much an issue for water at the moment, but there are some councils that people are moving off because of the price of water. They're actually going to rainwater.
yeah, that's right.
And they're saying is, we don't want your water, but the pipe still runs past their place. So, and you can't legally, if the pipe is running past someone's property and they were previously connected, and they disconnect and you can't charge them the new rate, you can't stop them from reconnecting at a later date.
But the volumetric charging issue would capture that, so that they
Yes,
use
absolutely.
mostly their own water, but still have the option.
Yep.
They
Oh,
can-
yeah,
So
and that's and that's going to be dependent on the second bullet point where you have that level.
Plus, they may want to go onto their own water source for resilience purposes, I suppose, or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah.
potentially for very good reasons. But that's only a decision at the time. You've actually got to look at the long-term consequences as well.
Again, Phil, was there much of that happening up in Western Bay?
I don't know. I don't do any work for Western Bay anymore.
Right, but you haven't got any updates as to how
No, but I do work for other councils.
Okay, so you've got no updates as to how that's played out over time?
Western Bay in terms of wastewater. For the connections.
The connection?
Oh, absolutely. So basically, most people in Waihi Beach were connected within basically 12 months.
Right.
And we didn't actually force them under the Local Government Act under the Health Act to actually connect, right? They saw the advantage, right?
Okay.
And they just connected. And the same with Omakaroa. If you're paying for it, you might as well use it.
Yeah.
And there was other incentives too in terms of the initial connection, because it's not the connection charge is also, you've got to then, we're getting on to Matatau, I know, but you've got to pay for the connection from the pipe to the person's property, and that can also be very expensive.
Well, down here we do volumetric charging for drinking water, don't we? And
Yes.
All our
Not all.
areas.
Most.
Whakatane, Ahopi,
Yep.
Edgecombe.
Yep.
Yeah, there is a benefit, and not only the conservatory of the water, but I know in Edgecombe there was one family were horrified at how much water they've been charged. When they investigated, there's a massive leak underneath the house, and then they worked out how sick they'd been for the last few years. And where that Papatanga is, they've realised there's a natural spring comes up underneath one of the houses that were there. So from that point of view, I can see the benefits. Yeah.
Oh, there's all sorts of yeah. And
It depends where you've got your biases, I suppose.
Oh.
Where you put your
Yep.
emphasis, yeah.
Wastewater got similar issues too in terms of that equalisation. I think the other thing too is we need to keep, and it's on there, is actually when we equalise, because of the potential costs of Matata, we need to think about how we bring that into the equalisation, bearing in mind that we haven't got Matata across the line yet. Right?
So we're talking about water charges?
Oh, so no, we moved on to wastewater, way to wastewater. And again, the same issue for the charging of availability. With wastewater, there is some, and it's probably not a big issue for this council, is trade waste bylaw and how you charge the commercial people who've got high either load or volume. Probably the worst council who's got this biggest problem is Whanganui, where they have actually got meatworks and 3 or 4 other large industrial properties that create a significant loading on the wastewater scheme. So they've actually got a very, very robust trade waste bylaw to actually pick up the charging from those properties. So that's something we'll probably just have a cursory look at to see if it's an issue.
In our case, for wastewater, volumetric charging is doable because we've got one pipe in and one pipe that takes the water out, so
Yeah.
is it more complicated than that?
Well, currently the legislation doesn't allow for it, right? And if you actually even look at, and I was disappointed with the, it's now been repealed, the provisions under the previous 3 water reform about the pricing. It was basically a copy from the old Rating Act, the pre-2002. So to me, is we need to look at pricing. But when the 2002 Rating Act was put in, there was a discussion, and I don't know why it was excluded, that the technology for metering of wastewater was just becoming available. Now overseas, the likes of Germany, right, have got it for everybody, right? They've got 1 metre for their water going in and another metre for their water going out, their wastewater going out. So, but that technology isn't in New Zealand at the moment, but it might be something. So to me, we can't, we're only using what tools we have available at the moment. We can't go too far into the future.
But going back to what I said, isn't the water going out got to equal the water coming in? Most of the time, unless there's a leak or something?
Drink,
Gardens.
drink.
It's significant what you're drinking.
Interestingly, I know Watercare did a lot of work on this because, again, they can charge on it because it's a fee and a charge, not a rate. Mm-hmm. They said it's about 80% of the water going in comes out again, on average.
And the rest of it is,
Gardens,
Garden, yeah.
Drinking
Gardens.
water.
Drinking.
but still,
Wash downs.
yeah,
still,
Garden.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
on average. But, yeah.
I would have thought if you charged on the volumetric value of the wastewater going out, that you're actually defeating the purpose. You're encouraging people to go and water the lemon trees, etc., etc. And I would have thought, or put it in the local creeks, I would have thought that you would be wanting, especially Matata, everything to be going out the wastewater stream without providing a reason to shortcut the system.
Yeah, but again, at the moment, we don't have the ability under the Rating Act to charge wastewater on the water going in. We'd have to do it by way of a different mechanism, which would be it would be a significant cost for the council to implement.
Just charge all I mean, I lived in Australia for a long time and, well, their water really is a scarce resource. And here it's actually quite abundant. But, people were installing rainwater tanks. They were capturing grey water from the house, so using it for the gardens, these are all good environmental principles and principles of conservation which applied there. But we play fast and loose with water here, really, by comparison.
Some districts don't have the availability that we have. No, they have water restrictions through the summer and what have you. So,
Well,
Yeah.
we do too, but that's about your capacity of your plant to produce the volume more than anything
Regards
else.
Whakatane Holdings, but not possibly one
Yeah.
in Taniatu who's got
Not so
copious
much our
amounts.
rural areas.
Could you just explain the difference between load and volume in relation to
Sorry?
in relation to industrial wastewater? You made a distinction between load and volume. Could you
Oh.
explain that?
Yep. So load, well, maybe Howard can talk about this one, but for example, it's called BOD, which is the, well, I can't remember the technical term, right? It's the amount of solids and other nasties in the wastewater, and there's different, right. So if you've got a meat works, there's lots of fats and bloods, etc., coming down the wastewater, and basically I know that in it's very easy for a industrial property to put shock loading on a wastewater treatment plant, which can just about kill it, right? So that's why you actually put. So there's a whole. So you've got to sample it and say on average your loading was this, therefore there's a higher weighting. It's a very strict science, and if you're going for this, it requires a whole lot of monitoring on an ongoing basis.
Sounds very costly.
So you're wanting them in the factory or whatever to be kind of spreading the load?
Well, what the ultimate, right, is you want them to do a whole lot of pre-treatment.
Yeah.
So they're only putting semi-treated wastewater down, not their raw stuff. So that's, that you to do that, the only way to achieve that is by way of having a trade waste bylaw. And as part of that trade waste bylaw, you have a bylaw to say you can only do this, you've got to do this, and we will monitor and we'll charge you a fee if you don't. But it's it's a fee and a charge, it's not a rate. So again, if they don't pay, you've got to take them to the court. You can't just do a rating sale, ultimately.
Oh,
Just supplementary from that. And are they charged for the monitoring as well, or do they have to pay for that themselves?
So the monitoring costs are factored into the trade waste bylaw.
Okay.
So basically there is a schedule of what fees they're paying, and that's all scheduled into that. But yes, the monitoring is an additional cost.
So if there's a policy, you go ahead.
I'm just trying to think. So what part does regional council pay in it,
None.
even though they could be
So
affecting?
all the regional council, all they're doing is making sure that the discharge from the wastewater is of a sufficient quality. They've got no role in monitoring what comes into the wastewater plant.
So coming back, if as a policy maker, I wanted to encourage people to have gardens, so in that case, for food security and a whole lot of good reasons.
Fiji gardens.
So I really would want to make it so that I would charge a flat rate would be more beneficial to
Definitely.
gardeners.
Yes.
Yes.
And having input and output water measured would then capture garden use, and that would be disadvantageous. So it really comes down to what sort of things you want to achieve.
Absolutely. Yep. So again, this is, so you should always, when you're looking at any sorts of rating, what are your objectives here? And then putting your pricing or charging or your rating mechanisms to reflect what your objectives are. Right.
Can I go back to the regional council question?
Sure.
So you said they have nothing. Bevan, so what does Neville do when he's coming up to Murupara and taking those samples from the ponds, from the effluent ponds, and sending those samples over to the regional council and over to Hill's laboratory over in Hamilton? What's going on inside of that if it was saying that they don't have any, what's that all about?
So there'll be heaps of different sampling we do. So we sample water, we sample wastewater. In terms of the ponds, we'll probably be sampling to make sure that the ponds are functioning appropriately. So you know how at times during summer periods we've had issues with the Whakatane ponds. That's because loads and mixing, etc., hasn't been appropriate. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the bacteria is working and that the wastewater is being treated. The other element to that could be if they're sampling on the exit of the ponds into the stream, it's about measuring the quality of the water that is discharging. So we do a massive range of sampling, so there'll be multiple probably elements in
I was
there.
doing the monitoring on side of that.
And regional council will be monitoring what goes into the stream and river. But also we'll be sampling and taking to the regional council lab because they have a local lab for assessing those samples.
Because, so inside of our rural areas, what I'm listening over here, and it seems like there's some crossovers with, like if we're talking about the access to the groundwater, you know, I hear a lot of, if there's water over allocations, those are kind of terminologies that I use that comes around from the regional council side. So I'm trying to understand all these crossovers. That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But that's all
Probably
part of
gone
our
off track,
resource
yeah.
consenting, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll be part of the consent process that's coming up, and there's a lot of conversation happening about that because I think the allocation methodology is
Yeah, that's right.
changing, and also it's about understanding what you need when you go through that reconsenting process.
Okay. We'll get to that part. Thank
All
you.
right. I think we need to move on, right?
Yeah.
Stormwater, obviously there's basically two issues. There is, how do we combine the existing schemes, right? And we've got some issues with land drainage there, but we've ignored that for the time being. But the big question on stormwater is the level of fixed rates versus capital rates. Number of councils, and I know Western Bay still do, they do their entire stormwater on by way of a fixed rate per property. Here you've actually got a split. The rationale for using capital value is generally the larger the capital value, the greater impermeable surface, therefore the faster runoff. And that's why you've also got a commercial differential on capital value, because most commercial properties have very little green space for natural absorption into the groundwater.
Except car yards.
Sorry?
Except car yards.
What do you mean except car yards?
Because they would be an impermeable surface, wouldn't they? Most of them are tar sealed, right?
Oh, well, you'd say that impermeable surface is predominantly with the commercial buildings as well. You look at the commercial buildings across the road, they have none, right? It's all hard surfaces. Now, interestingly, and I'm not suggesting this is an option because I haven't seen it used, the Rating Act allows you to charge on the floor space right, as a factor, and also the impermeable surface, the hard surfaces. There is a problem with that, is the rating officer would have to go around and remeasure everybody's new driveways, new decks, etc. every year, because that information is only captured, well, it's not captured to begin with. You could do a flyby once, but you have to do a flyby every year. And even the quotable value revaluation doesn't pick that information up. So no one has used it. Yes, it's a nice idea, but to maintain that database and to maintain integrity over charging, it's impractical.
Again, there's a policy issue. We're trying to encourage infill development, which then adds more impermeable. So we are actually responsible for.
So again, that comes down to, right, what's the level of fixed rates versus capital? You could go 100% capital. Some councils have done that, and I'm just saying. So again, some councils have gone 100% fixed. So where do you want to sit on that continuum?
Just exploring that, I mean, that's an interesting idea to use an actual measurement of hard surface. And you'd think with the kind of tools now you've got available in terms of, data, you could do that a lot easier than in the past. And you wouldn't, I mean, I was just thinking, you wouldn't necessarily have to review that every year, would you? if you were overcharging, people can appeal that. And if you're undercharging, you just pick it up when you do the 5-year round of the whole district or whatever, wouldn't you?
It's the administrative cost. Right? That you've got to have a process, right? And right, yes, in theory you could do it, absolutely, right? But it's that administrative cost. And the other issue with rates, it's got to be done as of the 1st of July.
Right.
So if I put in a new driveway, a hugely big new driveway, on the 2nd of July, I would get a year's free rates. You'd have to wait for the next year to charge it.
But my point is, does that matter that much?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's the same principle with any rate, but the issue is you'd catch it up the next year. But it's actually identifying that, particularly when you've got a large geographical area. It's the actual administrative cost.
Yeah.
I would guess, I don't want to prejudge the corporate need, but I would say there's probably a need for 1.5 extra resources plus the cost and capture, just gut feel.
Yeah.
Just knowing what I know, how long it takes to put rates in place.
Yeah.
The last thing we want to talk about, and we'll talk about separately, is at the end of the day, currently council uses development contributions under the Local Government Act.
Yes.
You can actually use financial contributions. Now, they've both got advantages, they've both got disadvantages, and we'll unpick that at the end, so just keep that one. David probably knows all about those. Right. Basically, so these are things we still need to consider, right? Local water done well, I think we've unpicked this enough, and I think this is the something coming on the horizon that we're going to need to demonstrate how we're going to be financially sustainable, whatever that actually ultimately means, right? Yes. And obviously this is going to potentially increase the amount they pay. The uncertainty over that is, one, the pricing mechanisms, and also the role of the Commerce Commission in terms of monitoring what pricing is in place. So there's more work, but that will be known relatively quickly, okay?
Yeah.
So just for the benefit of everybody, financial sustainability, whatever that ultimately means, could you just have a go?
Next workshop.
Oh,
Okay, next workshop, yeah, all right. Well, but it's a real factor in what we're talking about. And some of those historical approaches will need to be unwound, right? So if we haven't been charging enough, right, because of historical reasons that have now passed their best by date, they will need to be progressively unwound as well.
Sorry. Okay.
So, is there research that's been done on other councils where they've made a shift like this, and what sort of impact that it's had on the region itself, or businesses continuing, or just wanting to know?
I wouldn't say there's been any specific research, but there's anecdotal information available as the consequences.
Do you know any of that anecdotal?
It depends on what the change is, huh?
Thank you.
So yeah, that's the beauty of working for local government. If someone else has done it, you can get on the phone and ask them, well, how well did that go? That's what I love about local government. Right.
I just had a question, just in terms of, I know we need to move on, but in terms of talking about the historical things that may need to be unwound. So obviously you've got Murupara, which pays significantly less, and we've talked about the plains before. And if we're going to discuss about adjustments, I think I'd really like to understand, and because you said you did some research into it, the history of it, I'd just like to understand how we come to that situation, so that if we are to unwind it, is there kind of, is it just issues of expectation? Is there kind of fairness issues where the scheme was, developed by, I'd like to understand that before we change it.
Absolutely, that's good practice, right? Otherwise, if you don't understand it, you're going to get yourselves potentially into a legal, and even if you don't have a legal debate, if you don't actually socialise it, why we're changing it and recognising what's happened before, you're going to get offside with certainly a significant number of your ratepayers. So that we've got to avoid that. I mean, we've got to take everyone along the journey of why we need to make these changes, and also, yes, acknowledging what has happened before.
So do we get into the detail of that at some stage? Or is that coming up?
Not today, but when you start to look at the idea is to get a bit of direction from you today around what options are we going to look at. As we start looking at the options, we'll do the financial modelling, we'll understand what the impacts are, who the winners, who the losers are, but also, start to look at what are the historical things that have happened, what's the information we need to dig up and work through.
Right. So subsequent workshops.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yep. I mean, you're lucky, right? There are a number of councils in that historical sense have actually had, and I know of at least 3, have had, when they've put in a new wastewater scheme, they've put in what is known as a lump sum contribution. So rather than pay X dollars because of you repaying the debt, they said, I will pay $20,000 or $25,000 or $40,000 as a lump sum, but you won't charge me the future debt on the scheme because I've already paid it. But I know a number of councils, so they will have to be considered as part of that unwinding and taking into consideration when they move into a new CCO, because they're going to have the same issues. So those historical issues are going to rear their ugly heads across the country. And we just need to be aware of them. I think that's the issue with state. We're not going to ignore them. Right. I mean, obviously, to me is, and we've already talked about it, is affordability and cross-subsidisation is, there's going to be, there is going to be that equalisation, and why are we doing it and what's the benefit? And I think the issue that comes down to is it's the long-term and short-term capital expenditure. And we've already seen that in Murupara, that there's some long-term expenditure that we need to factor into it. Yes, they might be winners or losers in the short term, but on the long term. And the other thing too we need to think about is not only within certainly the built-up area, that they might be paying more in water, but they might be paying less in wastewater, and they might be paying slightly more in stormwater. So we need to look at the whole package of what they're paying rather than concentrating on the individual rates.
And elements of this stuff are probably in the latter slides. We've got 30 minutes left.
Yeah, I know. Yep. And hopefully, we're having the discussion now, which is good. I think the other thing too is you've got to be conscious of too of the level of service. So if someone is actually receiving the same level of service in the district, shouldn't they be paying the same amount? If they're having a different level of service, significantly different, potentially they should be paying a different amount as well. So those are the things we need. And we've talked about administrative efficiently. I'm sure you don't want to pay for another 5 rating staff to administer this. So that's
You do.
Sorry? Right? We've talked about your pricing objectives, consumer behaviour, resourcing, and we've talked about historical. The last thing we will consider is, once we've sort of come up with an option, is how quickly we want to actually make those changes over a period of time. I wouldn't be recommending any greater than 5 years. I think 3 years is a nice number. I saw one council, not in the water area, but they made changes with their rating, their commercial differential over 10 years, and that was way too long. Because over that 10-year period, you saw significant changes in both the number and the capital values within the various sectors. So they had to revisit it on a 3-yearly basis, and people held on to, on 10 years you said I would be paying this, but their capital value had actually gone through the roof. That had more residential property, so the whole basis of that transition had actually been lost over a period of time.
So again, Phil, just bearing in mind Matata as to where it sits at this point in time.
Oh, yeah, oh, look, I haven't forgotten Matata, absolutely. Yeah, we need to keep that in the back of our mind as well, how we actually then bring Matata in as an option. Bearing in mind we're not over the line there yet.
No, but do we have to consider it in this process now, or is that something that we're going to set aside until we see exactly where Matata lands?
What I would probably be bringing to say is, look, if Matata was to actually happen, right, what would be the impact? And does the principle of what we're doing now, can that be actually then integrate Matata when Matata happens?
I mean, there are learnings from the neighbouring district, Rotoiti,
Yep.
which I've been looking into quite a bit. So it's interesting how that's played. I don't know if you've all favoured it.
But again, it depends on the scheme that you settle on, doesn't it, as to the cost factor. I mean, the Rotoiti one is a hell of an expensive scheme with the pump situation.
Well, this one would be expensive too if you calculate it on the basis of per person, per unit. Yeah. I mean, it's actually quite similar. But anyway, carry on. We're not there yet.
We're not there yet, right. So basically, just for your information, that's what you're currently charging. And so you can see, I hope you got good memories for numbers, right? Because that's what you're currently charging. And there's Plains is obviously paying only 50 cents, and then it goes to 90 cents compared with Whakatane that it's paying basically, these like round numbers, $2.30, right? Again, Murupara is only paying $1.60, so again, we need to think about it. But if we were to do, and this is a very, very crude, and we will not end up like this, so please don't take this as where we would end up, but you can actually see where if you actually charged everybody the same, and these are just based on weighted averages, right, where those dollars would end up based on cubic metres. Now, they're going to be different, but you would actually see if we actually, the Plains people would be paying significantly more because of the volume of water that they use, but everyone else would actually be seeing, Murupara would see a slight reduction and Whakatane would see a significant reduction, but that's probably not where it's going to be. But that's the sort of thing that we've got to be conscious of. There's going to be some, potentially, if we do it on a very crude basis, there would be some very significant changes. So basically, what we want your direction on to begin with, okay, is what are the principles where you would have the 100% water by metre compared with basically that fixed charge. And then also, what would be, how would you then for water rate for those properties that are non-connected but have availability? So it's that availability.
Do you want that feedback now?
I would like some indications of things you'd like us to consider.
Well, I think that on the spectrum that I mean, between completely fixed charge and completely metered, I would be on the user pays side more than the other side. That's me anyway. I'm not sure how far up that end I would go, but I mean, in the case of a person who's got a garden, that would force me to do something like install a rainwater tank or something. You know what I mean? So it's up to me. But if I want to use more, then pay for what you use. So I'm on that.
You're on that spectrum?
Towards that end, yeah. I don't know about where other people are, but you want an opinion, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I want a range of opinions.
So let's go around the table.
Yeah,
Julie.
I'm pretty much the same. I've always been a bit more in favour of user pays because I would like to see the conservation side coming in because you do conserve water if you are knowing that you're paying for what you use. So probably rice it.
Yeah, same.
Same?
Piece.
What a user.
At this stage, I'd be the same.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm heading towards the same.
the same?
I'm weighing up water savings from volumetric versus the consistency and predictability of income, because I think that is an issue for us. It doesn't increase our income, but it just redistributes the costs, is really the question. I'm a bit worried about some of the equity issues for people who have large families and whether there can be, like a kind of a need for life amount and then, like a stepped kind of charging. But I think I'm probably tend towards the volumetric charging, but it's a balance.
I think
wouldn't
that's
be-
all we can say at the moment. We
Yeah.
tend to that side or we tend to the other side.
But the council's raised a really good point, right?
Yeah.
And I'm dealing with this with another council, right? How do you know that the lower socioeconomic people who actually struggle to pay, how do we actually then consider what I refer to as some of the outliers, right? And it can be high value, low value, but yep.
Is that why some people bring a balance between upping the fixed charge and dropping the volumetric charge to actually bring a balance? Or are you saying that
No,
you
it's
go
another
one
reason,
or the other?
right?
Pardon?
It's another reason. Yeah, I think it's about that certainty. They want certainty
Third
over,
option.
right?
Yep.
Because, and we'll look at some historical data of how much water we've actually charged over a period of time, so we can actually get that balance. I think the other thing too is I think we need to think about is that fixed and variable, so we've actually got some formula or some approach going forward as those things change.
Part of the process will, this is getting direction, but part of the process afterwards will be doing some scenario modelling or sensitivity analysis based on expected conservation and what that would impact in terms of revenue.
I think the potential for saving is huge, really, if you, could be. Next.
In principle, I should agree with the majority, but from a practical point of view, with my extensive gardens, there's hens and the horse and what have you, the water that we go through, I am more for the fixed amount, but yeah. I could be persuaded to be more conservative.
Waterable.
Rainwater, do you have a rainwater
about
tank?
us
Just as a question.
No,
No.
no. Left those days behind when I left the farm.
Probably within this area over here, it makes sense to go with the user, the amount that will. But I don't know whether I'm jumping ahead, because one of the things that we're seeing in a lot of housing development projects is around water conservation. So when I look at that pipe that goes there, you have availability. We know there are big housing projects because they're looking at affordability, and it's that rainwater system. So I don't know what you want to do with that, but that's what we're seeing, and it would be the water tank system. I understand for our township areas. But for our rural areas, that's kind of different again. It's like actually coming through MHUD and Te Puni Koki and all of the buildings addressing the housing and encouraging those water tank systems. Yeah, but with the line going through.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I tend to be agreeing with everyone else. A water bill to me is just, it's like a power bill.
Yep.
You've
Okay.
got to have your line charges, and then you get your usage. It's no different. Little bit, the plains supply is. I don't know where you go there, because of the amount of water that individuals use,
Yep.
and the fact that most of the pipeline was put in. I mean, I know it's going back in history now, and all those guys have moved on, and those pipes are all coming up for.
Yep. Oh, we know about the planes.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a separate thing. But to me, I don't see why my colleague Andrew here should be getting away feeding horses and watering big gardens and that buck she.
No, it's not buck she. You pay 700.
I mean, I think that there's also a lack of some data. I mean, even to decide how much of the district is in what area. I mean, I've got numbers for rating units. So in terms of rating units, about 38%
Yep.
of the district is in the Whakatane urban area.
That's right.
And about 32% is in the rural. So there's a lot of rural dwellers here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but most of those will be on their own supplies, won't they? Or
Outside of the satellite towns, yes.
Yeah.
so there's a big chunk there. So, and rating units doesn't necessarily mean dwelling either. So there's,
Correct.
in fact, I couldn't even pull those numbers. It's not easy to get. And I want to know how many dwellings there are in those areas. And so rating units is a bit higher than the actual number of dwellings.
If you work on the average of 13, we have about 13,000 properties connected.
Connected.
Yeah.
Across the whole district. Is that all?
Doesn't sound right. But anyway, we'll
Okay.
figure that out.
We've got a lot of rural connected too, right?
Yeah, I know, yeah, but, okay.
Right.
But anyway, you've got your,
I've got my
Sounding.
direction, thank you.
you've got your sounding.
Guidance.
Right, again, so this is wastewater. Basically, at the moment, you've got number of schemes that are equalised, right? And then you've got Murupara as an outlier. So basically, all I've done here, very crudely, is said if we basically had a combined, right? That's what it would look like. So a big jump for Murupara. And that excludes Matata, so we need to factor in, when and how how Matata comes in.
Historically, why was it that we had that differential with Murupara?
Affordability.
Yeah. That's how we arrived at that rate back then. We're already hitting them with tip fees coming in January.
What was the answer to that? Sorry?
Affordability.
Affordability is how we arrived at the differential.
The question you raised about level of service, I think, is important here. If Murupara continues to receive the service they've got, then they're going to be very upset about an increase. But we know there's some work that needs to happen there, right? So
That's where your transition becomes really important. So if you looked at our LTP, we've got expenditure, CapEx plan for Murupara over the next few years. At some point, that current charge, if it stays outside of equalised, will overtake the equalised.
yeah.
And so that'll be part of the transition plan, understanding when that hits and how do you move from one model to the equalised model.
Well, the other historical effect there is that Murupara was the core of a burgeoning timber industry. And so I guess government wanted to incentivise. It had up to 5,000 people living there at one point.
Yeah,
It was really a thriving hub. So that would have encouraged more people out there.
Thank you. Do we also have to factor in the future development of the area, because there are quite substantial plans, being made for the housing development and also commercial development. So does that have an impact on them going forward with that? If these costs come in and end up, for the housing that they're wanting to do, that means that those houses are going to. Sorry if I sound.
You need to factor that in, but then that's where your policies around growth, development contributions, financial contributions come in. So at the moment, you can make a choice around, you either set those policies or those charges at a level that encourages or incentivises development, which then means your current ratepayers are paying for that, or you set it at a level that growth pays for growth. And so the developers pay for their fair share of that capital cost. So those conversations need to happen, and we'll work through those as part of the Matata conversation too.
Okay.
I actually find it a bit confusing, especially with wastewater, the availability thing. So So why would we only charge half rate for availability but not connected? Because I would have thought that in a town area, you'd want everyone connected, or else you're going to get in a mess.
Yep. And there's the answer on the slide. The current availability approach is based on the previous Rating Act, which said the maximum you could charge is actually 50%.
I know for Makatū's scheme, in the end, there were 6 people refusing to hook up.
Yep.
And I think they took them to court and forced them because they had pooling on their sections, but...
Yep. But legally, there is actually no legal reason why you can't charge 100%, whether you're connected or not. The service is available whether you... It's the way you describe how you set your rate. I know at Western Bay, when I was there, when we did Waihi Beach, that's the one I was, and even Omakaroa, I think, and these are old, like 20 years ago figures, not quite, but almost, I think we were charging like $500 for everybody, and if you connected, it was another $100. Right? On the basis that the majority of the costs were actually fixed at the time because of the high debt that we needed to repay. And also we wanted to encourage connection. So again, you could actually then change your approach as part of this review, or you keep it the same. Those are the options. I think the other options in terms of wastewater, and the rating staff might kill me, but that's all right, I've been killed a couple of times before, and I've got it, sorry for the typo, you could actually charge, at the moment, you're doing per pan for commercial properties. You could do it for all non-residential properties.
Okay.
Okay? I mean, schools is a little bit problematic, right? But you could do it for, I mean, the issue is you've got churches, you've got clubs, etc., that often have, and you've got to talk about how you would, so you could actually have a per pan charge for non-residential properties, is the way I would describe it. Residential properties, you can only do, the legislation is quite clear. One pan per house, 1 pan per dwelling. 1 pan per connection, I think, is what the legislation says.
Is this the point where you can enlighten me on the Rotoiti case, which I find quite interesting? If you're au fait with it.
No, I'm not. I haven't done any work for Rotorua.
Yeah, okay.
I could find out, but...
Well, because I couldn't, they went completely targeted.
Yep.
And then it was supposed to come in at 14,000 per household. Ended up going to 88,000. And then there was a whole bunch of...
So that's the lump sum contribution under the Rating Act.
Right.
So what happens is, and I don't like it, right, personally, whereas under the Rating Act, for a new scheme, people can opt in to pay all the capital up front, and they don't have to pay the loan over a period of time. But there is actually a very, very strict formula and methodology in the Rating Act you've got to follow. So it's very, very prescriptive. And I think that's what happened in Rotoiti, that people opted in. And then once the final costs came in, they were significantly more than what people had anticipated. In my opinion, I haven't seen it used extensively, but there is another provision in the Rating Act, the current one, where you can say is you can basically net present value the capital contribution going forward by way using another section in the Act where you say is rather than paying $500 every year for the capital contribution, you can say is, I've got some cash, I'd rather pay those rates, that amount of rates for the next 10 years up front. But you've got to have a policy to do it.
Does that mean that later on, if there are higher costs, they've already done their payment for that
No,
period of time?
no.
They would make up the
So
difference.
they'd still have to pay
Yes,
the
still have to pay,
balance
yeah.
if there is an increase
Yes.
in the future?
Yeah,
Would that would be quite cheaper, wouldn't it? Because you'd have to take into account that it would be minus interest and all that sort of stuff.
it's only minus interest, yes.
We're getting into a little bit into how do you fund
Details,
Matata,
Matata, yeah.
which we will have numerous conversations
Yeah, I'm sure we
about.
will, right?
I'm still stuck on Rotoiti, but anyway.
Yeah,
carry on.
I think Rotowiti, and I can do some.
Because it's an example.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's right.
Oh, and I've got other examples of where they have used that provision and it's gone not horribly wrong, but there've been additional administrative costs, additional costs for the consumer.
We'll come back.
We'll
and-
come back,
back to it, all right, yeah.
Matataza, right? So basically, we'll come back to Matataza, we've only got 10 minutes left. I think this is where we are with stormwater, and at the moment, what we've got with stormwater, and that's all the stormwater, including the land drainage, and you can just see there, we've got quite a wide variety of charges. And if we did a very, very crude capital value, right, that's where you would see the commercial people under an equalised scheme would pay significantly less because of that differential. So we'd have to rework the differential. But and a Hopi would be paying more because of where they are currently at. If we go back a couple of slides, you can see a Hopi is actually paying on their fixed value, they're paying only $101 compared with $134 in Whakatane. So there's a significant amount of equalisation that we need to consider for stormwater.
Interesting, that one.
Sorry?
It's interesting, that one.
Yes. And again, Murupara is the outlier. They're only paying basically rounded to $9, right? $8.55. So again, we've got to consider what level of service. Now, are they all actually receiving the same level of service? Right? Are they going to receive the same level of service over the next 10 years? And that will be reflected in the amount of work that's required.
Yep.
So, again, with the stormwater rate, doesn't it also cross over into transportation, roading, runoff, stormwater from the roading network?
Yeah, to a certain degree, your infrastructure, part of your infrastructure is roading infrastructure. And then, like, from your catch pit down to almost your elbow, I think, and then it becomes stormwater infrastructure from that point onwards. So your roads are generally your collection method for stormwater.
Right, Wyman is not on there, but again, the stormwater ends up in the river, doesn't it?
Pass. Need to find out. Yeah.
Leslie?
Moving. So,
I'd like to have a question as well. So with stormwater, this is just our household and commercial property runoff, so it doesn't get influenced with regional councils, stormwater?
yeah.
I can jump in there. But that is a big regional
Yeah.
council component to land drainage.
That's right.
That's the language they use. And it's really complicated. They've got 20 plus land classes, say in either the Whakatane scheme or the Rangitoki scheme. So the best way I can describe it is that money we were looking at on the screen there before, that takes your water from your property into the system, and then later on most people end up paying some more money to take it into the rivers, effectively. It kind of works for my brain that way. Do you see what I mean? That's only part of the equation. You're right, there's a big regional council
Part of the
component.
original rate.
Yep.
Well, actually, that's where it's going next, is at the regional rate for towns. If we're responsible to get to the river or the ocean, regional council for urban people seems to be escalating just as much. But
Probably because of pumping, I presume. But they've got a quite intricate system of land categories or classes, they call them. And yeah, down here in Pahutu Street, you pay much more than up at Strathmore Place. I don't exactly know why, we could ask them, but you'd presume they've got a system.
Obviously, the main differential will be those towns that have got stormwater pipes.
I haven't looked at Bay of Plenty regional rates for quite some time. My understanding that work was done predominantly in the 1990s, late 1990s, based on an economic assessment of the work done, and that's why they have got so many different categories. It was based on the land classes basically in the 1990s. The work I have done for a regional council was in Hawke's Bay last year, post-cyclone. They're actually getting rid of the complicated classes that they've had and going to a much more simple, basically high, medium and low. And who knows, we can't speak for the regional council, but we've just got to note that that's their rating issue that we might need to look at, right, in terms of the overall impact. But we've got to be careful of, if they change their approach, then we don't want to be having to relitigate our approach as well. So I think the issue is we will go back and look at the rationale of not only equalising, but what that means, level of service, etc., but also look at historically why the decision was made in terms of, if we can find it, the split between the amount of capital value and the fixed charge. Right?
So you missed what I was saying. In places like Matata and other places, there are no stormwater pipes in the ground, so you can't charge the same fixed rate.
Well, that's absolutely. So we'd be looking at level of service.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will we quantify the administrative burden that each of these options gives? Because that's going to be
we will
be quite significant.
Well,
as you
we
mentioned.
we will consider it, right? The more simple, the less, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Simple is good.
Yep. I'm keep it simple, stupid, right? That's me.
Like,
Right.
Leslie,
Just before we move on to Matata, just wanted to ask, on slide 15, you said council can't rate based on water by metre, but a CCO can.
Correct.
That begs the question is, do we move our water infrastructure into being a CCO?
That's the debate.
So that's where we're doing.
That's local water done well. So that's next workshop.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Absolutely. So that's a consideration, right? But legally we can't do it at the moment, unless we want to send an invoice to everyone, which is administratively expensive. Right.
how expensive? But anyway.
We'll do some indicative work, right? I think the issue too is what we want to talk. There's basically Matata is going to be a significant burden on the community, and this is now please, these are not the final numbers. They are just some guesstimates that I developed in terms of a model that I've used elsewhere. It's how quickly you want to begin the charging before you actually commence the actual operation of the scheme. So, and you've got an extreme, and I've done some extreme examples. So and my advice would be only once you've lodged the consent, and it's got to be in the year after you've lodged the consent, that you would actually begin rating. And you could, and I basically said is you'd do 25, 50, 75, 100%, do it over 4 years. And you can see there that if you did that, and based on everything else being equal, the operating costs being the same from once you started, and we know that's not going to be the case, and the interest rates remain constant, we know that's not going to be the case, the cost on an annual basis would be 3, and I've used high numbers to actually demonstrate the value of paying it early, starting it early, would be basically $2,300. but you'd have to begin at about almost 600 and then progressively increase it. If you did it on basis of connection, once they were connected, and if everyone connected on the same date, it would be basically $2,700. So there's basically a $350 benefit over the long term if you actually start rating as early as possible, but you've got to consider the overall charges. And that's just the example that we've talked about.
You said that there was likely to be a significant burden, but during the development of the LTP, most of this community doesn't know. They haven't appreciated that scheme, which is going to cost whatever, $50 million, could potentially be spread and impose a cost on everybody. Do we have to consult on it?
My view is, as part of when you have that consent discussion, right, I would be having, my recommendation is you'd be taking the community along with you about what is council proposing to do and how it proposes to actually rate for it. I mean, I think my experience, particularly in Western Bay, they were equally worried about the consent conditions, etc., and what they were building. They were more equally worried about how much is it actually going to cost me in the back pocket and how council was going to manage that.
And is that why you emphasise the whakapapa, or the history of how we point, also being part of bringing along the community?
Absolutely.
So that there's a clear understanding at what stages and what factors have come about, and recently, that has led to this.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, we'd do that anyway, but I suppose I just wanted to just make sure, because there's a lot of, with the local water done well, that has had an impact in this happening.
Huge.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that would be my advice. Absolutely. I can only give advice.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the last thing, and I've got 2 minutes, probably over time, is one of the considerations, particularly for Matata, is you've got some potential for growth and how you'd recover those growth costs. Currently, council uses development contributions, which are, in my experience, are relatively easy to implement, but are very prescriptive. And also, we're talking administrative cost. You need to track very carefully the expenditure and the income you receive for those contributions. And if you get it wrong, right, you can't recover the previous costs that you've charged if it was more, nor you can with financial contributions. But if you actually charge more,
John.
jumped on screen.
right? If you've charged more than it actually ends up costing, or you don't do the work, and David can personally attest, right, you've actually got to then refund it back to the individuals. Whereas financial contributions, while administratively more difficult to implement, they give actually more flexibility, right? And that's a further piece of work that you may or may not want to do, right? Basically, financial contribution recover the effects of growth, whereas development contributions recover the benefit of that capital works on future ratepayers. So one's a benefit model, one's an effects-based, one is prescriptive, one gives you a lot more flexibility. The issue with financial contributions, the RMA is up for review yet again, right? So whether financial contributions survive is also a risk as well. But there are a number of councils, not only Western Bay, using financial contributions. There are other number of councils that are actually using it as well.
Thank you, Phil. I guess we can always ask questions afterwards, but in the interest of moving things along.
Yep.
You're easily contactable, or...
Oh, I'm not far away.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you want to jump to
One
the
question I
next
have,
steps,
just a
Sorry?
quick one.
Next steps, slide.
Oh, next steps, thank you. So basically, do you want to talk to this, Bevan?
So what we're just highlighting here at the moment, we've got a bit of a direction from you around the equalisation conversations. There's a number of points we've captured around where you'd want some more information. So what the point of today was to seek some direction around where do we go next in terms of data gathering. So we'll go away, do a piece of work, we'll look at the sort of the quantity of water we're pumping, how does that impact on funding options or rating options and that sort of stuff. Between end of November, December, we'll look to come back with some modelling around that option analysis, and then get some initial direction as a result of those workshops, and then early next year we'll get into the rates modelling options.
Right. Oh, thank you. Just a quick question. Our water meters are not remotely monitorable, are they?
Some are. We've got a process.
Some are.
We are looking to implement smart meters. So a lot of the meters we're buying now and implementing are smart meters, and Michael's not in, but we have a few.
Yeah, because then the overhead of charging by volume would be relatively low.
Yeah.
The system would do it. Yep. All right. Thank you. I guess we're back here at 20 past. We'll just take a 15-minute break.
Oh, I wanted to go. Can I go in there?
So we're now doing local water done well. That's like dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Let's go for it.
Well, we haven't defined whether it's going to be cheap yet.
Yeah.
Kia ora again. So this session's on local water done well. You will have all attended a couple of workshops that were run by DIA previously around where things have got to. There's been a number of forums and conversations that have been going on, and a fair bit of information that's been provided by DIA to support our process. So what we're coming back with is a bit of an update on local water done well, but also seeking some direction from you on a number of items as we look at starting to prepare water service delivery plans. So we'll go through a bit of a recap, an update on most of the recent stuff. Some of that will be just reiterating what you heard in the webinars. We'll talk a bit about the proposed delivery models that have been outlined to us or made available for us. And we'll talk about some of the issues or challenges we see in terms of some of those options. And then what we're wanting to get from you today is maybe a short list of options for consideration in preparing water service delivery plans. So there's a consultation requirement next year around when we go out to our community with a preferred option for delivery, we need to have a number of options to compare against. One of those will be sort of status quo, more than likely, and one of those will be a preferred option. So that's the plan for today. Ian will run through most of it. We'll do a bit of a tag team as normal, and then we'll get on to it. So thank you. You've got this.
Kia ora, and thank you. And just as we go through this, as we talk through the proposed approach, I'll also link in how the revenue discussion that you just had on options will link back into local water done well, because it is extremely important. I'll talk a little bit more about what the requirements are. So, key focus areas for local water done well. So we've got to prepare water service delivery plans. I'll talk about the time frame, but basically there's clear requirements about what's got to be included within this. So you've got to explain what your current asset base is, what your current challenges are. You've got to explain what you need to do to be compliant with future regulatory and current regulatory requirements. And you've got to explain how that financial sustainability will be achieved through that water service delivery plan. This has got to be submitted by the 2nd of September 2025, so we've got 12 months to deliver that. And I'll talk through the timeline for that. Financial sustainability, that came up earlier. I'll just be super clear. So the requirements for local water done well, you have to put in your investment plan the amount of money to make you compliant with the requirements. It's not an option to move funding out. It is not an option to move funding out within local water done well. You have to clearly state what investment is needed to make you compliant with the regulatory requirements. Financial sustainability, as part of that, you've got to have revenue that meets that investment. So say if you say over the next 30 years, we've got to invest $1 billion in Three Waters, you have to have a revenue stream that matches that $1 billion.
I mean, the hot topic for me, but the compliance landscape, existing regulatory environment, right? If it's, I keep on asking for guarantees it's not going to change. Because if it doesn't change, we're probably okay. But if we keep pushing it up, then we're in trouble. So how do we deal with that? Because Tamata Arawai has already published its drinking water quality standard.
Yep.
No different to the last one, virtually. So there's some. Have we got certainty on that?
So I don't think you've got.
And wastewater standards too. Have we got certainty on any of this?
Yeah, so I don't think you've got 100% certainty. But what you do have is, as part of the water service delivery plan, clearly stated assumptions, and everyone will be going through exactly the same. Drinking water standards, we don't expect that to change because they've done a lot of work on that over the last. Thanks very much. Our assumption is that they won't increase significantly. Wastewater standards, okay, so again, there's got to be clarity around your assumptions that match your investment portfolio around that. So, and I'll talk a little bit more. Some of the signals that have been coming out from central government is about relaxing standards on that wastewater stuff, but we've not seen any of that. So at the moment, a lot of the councils, so I'm doing this for quite a few other councils as well, they've just said, we're assuming that actually the standards won't increase significantly. So actually, if we're meeting what we're meeting now, as far as not necessarily what their plants are delivering against, but what the current regulatory regime is, then we think we'll be okay. And that they're clearly stating that as an assumption. And if that assumption then changes, they'll need to then reflect back on that. So again, we just need to be super clear on assumptions around any future changes.
I mean, I've drafted a letter to the minister to try and get some assurance about that. I guess, what is he going to say? But I'll probably send it anyway, because the more comfort we can have, the better it is.
Exactly.
And the more sure we can be about our assumption, the more valid the assumptions can be.
Absolutely. And I will say the signals that are coming out, both from speeches from Taumata Tarawai at the recent water conference, information that's coming through from the minister as far as kind of briefings that we're seeing coming through, is actually not signalling a significant increase in requirements in that space. But again, there is no 100% certainty, but we just need to be super clear on our assumptions. And if it changes, we change as a result.
I think there was some terminology that was used earlier on in the Three Waters reform, and that was that they're building the plane as they're flying it.
Sorry?
In the earlier Labour-led Three Waters reform, some of the terminology was used by DIA and the NTU was that they're building the plane as they're flying.
Oh, okay.
Preparation of these water service delivery plans is going to be very similar because there's some information that we're not going to get that's unavailable to us now, like the wastewater standards, and also later in this year, some changes around financing tools and Bill 3. So that's, we're doing the best. We need to start, and we need to start with the best information we have with some key assumptions.
And as we go along, and again, I'll talk about the time frame for legislation, but as we go along, if there's a key change as a result of something that's just landed, we'll just need to update our assumptions. But we just need to make some assumptions now just to get moving. So
Can I just make the point that, because I think I heard you say that there'd been some indications about what sort of some of the standards relaxing. And that's something I think we'd be very cautious about responding to, because that will be an aberration. I would have thought that the general trajectory is not that those standards are going to decrease, right? Over the medium term.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, these are very specific statements from, and they certainly haven't gone through the House and gone through, at all. So, but he is certainly signalling that there won't be a massive step up. Yeah. And that's been different to the past, because in the past it's been kind of talking about some gold standards and the kind of winding back from that, but we just don't know what that is as yet. Yeah. Thank you. So financial sustainability, your revenue has to match your expenditure. That's explicit within the bill. So there's no option to move things out. New structural and financing tools, so there's been some clarity provided around some, I will say, debt borrowing around that if you are a CCO, so a council-controlled organisation. That doesn't apply if you do status quo. So if you continue delivering this as part of an internal ring-fence business unit, you don't get those additional financing tools. And I will say that government is not giving you extra money. You're not getting extra money from this government to fund this. This is very much, you will have to pay it back, okay? So although they're kind of saying we're going to give you a range of tools, the only one that's kind of landed is if you move towards a CCO, i.e. decision-making is outside of council, then you can access some more debt funding. That's the only kind of real tool we have on the table at the moment. There will be further legislation later in the year around that. And again, there'll be kind of legislation in December, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So just as far as the timeframe, so they repealed the previous legislation in February. In June of this year, they came out with the Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Bill, which basically said you've got to deliver water service delivery plans. You've got to include a definition of financial sustainability. You've got to provide some information disclosure, so basically sign up to providing some information through to central government around this. And they allowed some establishment for streamlined processes for setting up council-controlled organisations, if that's where councils want to move towards. And they provided some very specific legislation there. But that was very specific to water care. Later on this year, so we expect something to land in December, and that's around kind of long-term requirements for financial sustainability. What they want from that. They'll provide some clarity about reporting. They'll provide some clarity about economic regulation. So the Commerce Commission has been put forward as an economic regulator for this, but they'll provide more details about what that looks like. And then they'll just make some changes to the Local Government Act that allows for this to happen. So that's later on this year. I will say that the central government has provided 6 or 7 fact sheets to give some clarity around what they're thinking for December. And they're quite clear 2 or 3 page fact sheets, which are quite useful. And it signals the intent, so that's been quite useful for us for our planning. And then obviously by September of next year, we've got to submit that water service delivery. So that's the legislative timeframe. So just the water service delivery plan, it's a one-off document, so we don't need to kind of do this continually. And does cover 3 waters, so again there was some confusion as to whether it would include stormwater or not. They very clearly stated it does include stormwater. They see this as a mechanism for councils to basically make some decisions about what the future delivery model for 3 waters is. That's what this really forces councils to think about. Think about what your options are. Think about how you can deliver water services that is financially sustainable for your community for the future. So that's what this kind of forces councils into. It's a minimum of 10-year time frame, but most councils this is a 30-year time frame. And the reason for that is because a lot of the investment will happen over a kind of longer time period rather than a short time period. It also matches your infrastructure strategy as well. So there's 14 key things that have got to be included within a water service delivery plan. So I'll say items 1 through till 9 is all really about current state information. You know, what do you know about your current assets? What areas do and don't receive water services? What is your compliance? How compliant are you with the current requirements? How much do you plan to invest in CapEx and OpEx from your long-term plan? What does your financial projections look like in your long-term plan? What's the asset condition? What's your asset management approach? And what current issues do you have? Items 10 through till 13 is then looking at, well, what's your proposed delivery model for the future? So that's kind of saying, well, you know, so you know what you've got now, you know what's on the table from items 1 to 9, but how do you want to deliver this in the future? And there's a key requirement, even if you decide to stick with an in-house solution, i.e. stick with council, you do need to separate the 3 waters functions and ring-fence that specifically. And that means not only your 3 waters activities, but any of the shared service that you use. So if you use HR, if you use IT, any of that support services needs to be ring-fenced and allocated to that. So it's basically running as a separate business unit within council. Everything's got to be ring-fenced.
On CCO, so that's for balance sheet separation, right?
Sure.
It's got to be. For CCOs, I don't know enough about them, but they're different from a CCTO in that they don't have to actually make money. But is there much latitude for how much council control there is? Or are all CCOs very much the same?
So CCOs are run by a separate set of professional directors. I
got that.
But the mandate for setting up the CCOs So it's still a council-controlled organisation, but there is certain key requirements of a CCO that you don't have. So you don't have the decision-making rights at the table for investment decisions, for example. That's handled by the CCO itself. Is there a specific question around CCOs and the functions and the powers?
I get my question as to are they all the same, or is the level of control by council, can that vary?
So vary depending on how many parties you have in that CCO too, right? So if we're looking at a single council CCO, if it's just a whakatane CCO, you would have more control than if it was a multi-council CCO. But one of the things DIA have been very strict on, or the government's been very strict on, you can't have elected members or staff in those board positions.
Boards,
Yeah.
So the way you would influence would be through your statements of intent, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
But fundamentally, you write your statement of intent, saying this is what we want, and
that's it.
And you pass it over, and they deliver against that. And they have to provide certain updates around their delivery against your statement of intent. So that's your mechanism as council, regardless of what type of CCO is. Here is my statement of intent. This is what we want from you, and this is what we expect. Yeah. So just going through just items, so 10. So looking at proposed delivery model, and we'll talk about that today, how the revenue will be separated from other functions. So regardless of the option you choose, that revenue, and especially the revenue in shared service, has to be split out. Consultation, so we do need to do consultation on at least 2 options. You can do more, but the requirement is you have to consult on at least 2 options. And again, we'll talk through what those options could look like. You've got to make this financially sustainable by June 2020. So the intent isn't that you're financially sustainable from day one, but you have plans in place to make it financially sustainable by 2020. So the discussion you had earlier around the timing for implementing those revenue levers you were talking about, you've got to make this financially sustainable by 2028.
Does this mean, Ian, that financially sustainable in terms of cost neutral, like doesn't make a profit, but we have to be able to show ongoing that what we spend on it is the revenue that we get back on it?
Yeah, it's an ongoing component. Yeah. So in an ongoing, you've got your revenue has to match your expenditure, and you've got to have, you've got to be clearly financially sustainable by June 2020.
Yeah, I guess the concern is, and it's probably the same as everyone else, is that currently we already have non-financial services in council that continue to lose. I'm not sure why having a CCO would be any different.
And a CCO won't be any different, really. I mean, in that regard, because it won't change, some of the historical issues that you've faced, that discussion around, how much you've charged certain communities differently in the past. And I think that will be a key consideration going, every single person that you deliver water services to has to meet that minimum standards, full stop. And do you charge them different rates to meet those minimum standards? And these are the kind of key decisions that will need to be made around if you need revenue to meet financially sustainable model for the future, what is the right revenue that you should be charging?
It's very similar to the balanced budget requirement we have in council, except we're allowed to resolve not to balance the budget, and a number of councils have done that through this challenging time where you've had cost escalations on the back of COVID, and so you'll see a number of unbalanced budgets across LTPs. What they're signalling here is that to get the level of investment and to meet revenue sufficiency and sustainability, they don't want to see unbalanced budgets from 30 June 28.
So the idea of having a CCO with balance sheet separation, I mean, why would you do it? Well, I guess one thing is that in theory it could never sort of go bust, because the CCO could always charge its customers to ensure that it always is in the black. But mind you, like any business, that doesn't always work out. The other thing is that it separates the political element, doesn't it? Like we can say, well, it's not up to us anymore. It's now up to this quasi-commercial entity that we have no control over. Are those the main kind of
So when we talk, we'll come to the options, but
Okay.
like from a CCO, so they basically got access to 500% debt levels, whereas council has what, 285% debt access. So they've got, as part of this change, they've now got slightly more debt availability, but they still need to balance the budgets regardless. They still need to ensure it's affordable. They still need to ensure that they invest the same amount of money. And when you think about a CCO, there is overhead costs for setting up a CCO and running a CCO. So it's not as if it's, and they'll need to cover that revenue in addition to, to charge ratepayers for that, because they've got to balance their budgets, including set up and.
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling to see the great advantage that it is, given that we're already tapped out, sort of.
Yeah, the intention is to create focus on Three Waters. So the government wants a clear focus on Three Waters. A CCO that's with a board, that's the only thing they do, that's where the focus will be. So that's the other intention behind it. From an overhead perspective, we provide a lot of services to the community. So there's a lot of overhead that gets allocated to Three Waters that wouldn't be there if we were operating a CCO model. The challenge though is it is the same ratepayers that will pay for the waters, councils, and ultimately regional council services. So having a CCO doesn't necessarily deal with the challenge that you've still got those stranded overheads costs. And stranded overheads was a big concern through the previous government's reform as well.
Yep.
But obviously one of the government's concerns is that over the years we've stretched the assets a little bit. With a CCTO, you wouldn't be able to do that, would you? Because they'll be making the decisions, and because they're focused and they're outside of governance, they would be more likely to say, no, we have to do it, and the ratepayers would just have to pay. So, like even a CCO or a council controlled, we would retain the ability to sweat the asset rather than. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the intent is that it's professional people that fully understand how to manage the assets better, that are structured to deliver a different outcome on Three Waters assets. It's so professional decision making, but it doesn't change anything as far as affordability or anything like that. It's just a different set of people around the table. I think the only option when you start looking at CCOs, and we'll talk about scale and efficiency, is if previous reform, they were looking at 500,000 properties, and that would then give a level of scale that would drive efficiencies in the longer term. I think if one of the options is to look at a Bay of Plenty wide CCO, and if the partners are willing, or the rest of the Bay of Plenty, then over time, although you're investing in a CCO, that should and could deliver significant efficiencies that will then actually benefit and actually bring down the price in the future. So there is considerations of a multi-CCO.
I mean, the CCO could still decide to sweat the assets because it has to take into account affordability.
Exactly.
But the advantage they've got is that they don't answer to the people directly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Sweating the assets is
Under the Act, would a CCO be able to run a reserve account for infrastructure, or?
Yep. So the intent is that they're not there to make profit, right? That is not. But they can certainly keep reserves for other purposes and then reinvest back in 100%.
Okay.
Yep. So look, that's the structure of a water service delivery plan. So again, between now and next September, you'll be making key decisions around a water service delivery plan, but this is what it has to contain. So the plan development, so they've provided some guidance back in September. They've provided some templates through between September 2024 and September 2025. Councils have to decide whether to develop their own water service delivery plan or go with other councils and develop a joint plan.
As you develop the plan, you've got to consult, and then obviously that then needs to be signed off formally by council and then submitted by September of next year. Once it's been delivered in September, that's then considered and then approved and signed off, and then councils then need to give effect. As part of the plan, you've got to do an implementation plan, i.e. This is our preferred option, thank you, and this is how we'll implement that preferred option. And then obviously, once it's received by central government and signed off and approved, councils then have to give effect to that implementation plan. I.e., you know, this is how we can get there, and then they commit to delivering against that.
Sorry, silly question.
Tony?
Just asking, was there any products available from the government or in terms of administrative support or funding to assist in this whole transition? And because this whole thing is a cost, obviously, in terms of being able to get this models to us to be able to make a decision.
So government is any additional funding to support Three Waters changes. The only thing that they have done, though, is they've said if you've not spent some of your previous funding that was delivered for Three Waters, you can use some of that to fund this. But they've not provided any additional funding. And I don't know, was there any funding left over for you guys in Whakatane?
We had a bit, but the plan will, for the development of this, will utilise the remainder of that.
Okay, thank you.
Angel?
Thank you. A couple of questions on this. One is the Act provides for alternative consultation and decision-making requirements. Is that, what's the nature of that?
So basically, they've clearly stated that you only need to do a minimum of 2 requirements. So sometimes you have to do more, but they basically said you just need to do 2 options as far as when you actually run through that.
Yeah.
And they've just been there's a very clear kind of process for doing consultation, but it's very similar to what we would traditionally do. So just think about your long-term plan engagement. So as part of this, we'll come to you with a consultation document, you'll sign that off, we'll then run through a minimum period of 4 to 6 weeks on consultation, and then obviously that will then feed back in. So it's not significantly different to what we've done now. You only need to do 2 options.
All right, thank you. And the other thing was, once the plan's been accepted by the Secretary, there are only limited circumstances where it can be amended. Could you describe that?
So I don't think they've actually, again, this will be further information that comes out in December.
Yeah.
So I don't think they've stated specifically what those circumstances will be, and we're expecting more information on in that.
All right, thank you.
Andrew?
Just like it says, council should consider whether they may need to apply for an extension, particularly if they plan to develop a joint plan with other councils. How soon are we going to know whether we fit into that criteria where we may be looking at a joint venture? And bearing in mind also the extension of time, I mean, hopefully it would be best if we got this completed within this elected triennium, is that right? So rather than carry the thing over into a new triennium.
So you can apply any time up until September for an extension. We'll talk through the timing for the approach, but really by December we'll be seeking some decisions from you as to whether a joint approach is an option. But not only is a joint approach an option for you, but what are the partners there as well? Because a lot of the Bay of Plenty councils, they're under the same pressures to do this as well. Right. And there's quite a lot of thought process going into joint approaches. So I'm working with Waikato Waters done well. So they are looking at doing that for the Waikato councils. So everyone's basically still in that process with the exception of Hamilton, who have chosen not to. But that's quite a lot of work to do in addition to what you've got to do as well. Exactly. And I think everyone's just feeling the pressure at the moment. So yeah, but you've got really until next September. But in theory, the decision making will need to be December or January for whether you're going to look at a joint approach. And the reason for that timing is you've then got to consult. But if you decide to go for a joint approach, then you can apply jointly for an extension.
Thanks, Ian.
So just timeline, so current stock take, look at financial sustainability and delivery model. So that work that you did, and we're talking about revenue streams earlier today, and rates, that's really key to this, because obviously you need to then match your revenue to your expenditure. Confirming the water service delivery model, and then prepare your plan. I'm just going to pass over quickly to Bevan just to give just a quick snapshot on where you are as far as your assets, and then we'll jump back to the kind of proposed approach and looking at options.
Thanks. So Ian talked about the first 9 steps of the water service delivery plan. Talks about the existing model, how we're currently operating, the state of the network, and what we're doing. So these are extracts out of our Three Waters strategy, infrastructure strategy. So we've got a lot of information already available. We've got a real good understanding of the network, the age, the condition, and we've been making investment in areas where we think there is criticality. So we've got a real good start to that, to the development of that water service delivery plan. So this is just a couple of slides that gives you a bit of a brief outline. So we manage 18 different treatment plants across the district, got 94 pump stations, and approximately close to 1,000 kilometres of underground pipes across the district. All of those are captured and outlined in GIS systems. And so what we're doing, highlighting here, is the complexity of the infrastructure, the assets that we manage and maintain for the community, and the levels of service that those assets provide to the community, because they are quite different. This graph here outlines the age, or the decades, of when our infrastructure was built. So I've talked to you previously about the role that Ministry of Works played in providing and developing infrastructure for Whakatane and for the country. So the Ministry of Works was disestablished in 1989. So the bulk of our infrastructure, funded by central government, delivered by Ministry of Works, is sitting there, and all of that is needing renewal and management at some point in time. So communities that haven't experienced significant growth from 1990 onwards are in the same situation we're in, where we've got assets that we didn't fund that we need to renew. Whereas those councils that have significant growth, that proportion of Ministry of Works funded assets and infrastructure will be less than what ours is.
I mean, you have, that data is not normalised by population either. So it's actually, when you divide by population, those bars would be even more accentuated.
Correct. This talks a bit about the 30, it's an extract out of our infrastructure strategy. It's highlighting what the funding or financial envelope that we were given in the LTP, how that's impacted on the needs-based unconstrained AMP that was prepared as part of the first part of the Labour-led Three Waters reform. So all of the councils got together, and part of the process was understand if resourcing and funding wasn't an issue, how would you get your infrastructure assets to status of compliance? How would you make sure that they ensured you built in resilience into your networks, and so you didn't have overflows and services that were cut? And how do you what would be required to upgrade all of your treatment plants and wastewater treatment plants to meet consent criteria? So that's where our $440 million program came from, and that was the starting point for our long-term plan. We were given a funding envelope because of the debt constraints that we have within council, within the sector, and we were required to push $260 million of that needs-based AMP out. Now, $200 million of that 260 was for the wastewater treatment plant upgrades. And until you go through that co-design process and understand what you're building, where you're building it, and where it's going to be discharging to, it's a thumbs up, right? So from the perspective of ensuring the LTP had only the things in it that we had certainty that we were going to spend, we went through and said, look, we don't know, hand on heart, what our wastewater treatment plant upgrades are going to cost. We don't know what the consenting requirements are what's going to drop out of that process. So let's push the CapEx out, but ensure that there's budget to work through those consenting programs so we can get clarity on what it is we're going to build. The other parts that were cut out of that was we reduced our renewal expenditure by 30%. So when you look back in that previous slide, the years of when infrastructure was built, we understand the ages and we can forecast what we need to renew when. So because of the financial constraint, we reduced that down to 70% instead of 100%, and then we cut our resilience program in half. So we also identified areas where there was critical infrastructure or infrastructure at risk, or where we should be looking at putting new infrastructure from a resilience perspective. That program was cut in half. So the light blue on the first 10 years was the needs-based AMP in terms of those pieces of work. That got smoothed down to what's, and that 260 million got pushed out to the next 10 years, which is the big pinkish spike in the middle. So we're still going to have that. That's still going to be a challenge in preparing our water service delivery plans. Some elements of that spike in years 10 to 20 is going to need to be brought forward, but will be brought forward in a way that you've got some certainty around. So part of the consent renewal program, we will get some quantitative numbers earlier than the next 10 years, and so some of that needs to be brought forward. But again, that's a really good basis to start our water service delivery plan, and also gives rationale to the time frame we want to build that water service delivery plan over. So like Ian mentioned before, you're required to prepare one that is for 10 years, but because we've got such differentiation between what our needs-based AMP says we needed to do over the 30 years and what we have included in the infrastructure strategy from a funding envelope perspective, we think it's logical to build our water service delivery plan on a 30-year basis as well.
Question? So this is regardless of whether it's in a CCO or not, like there's the same financial position, it doesn't change?
This is straight out of the infrastructure strategy. The steer we're looking from you for later on at the end of this will be what are the preferred options that you want us to look at or do some further analysis in. If it's staying within council as a ring fence, this doesn't change. You're still bound to that funding envelope, so we're still going to have the same challenges and conversations in the next LTP or in the next one. That 10-year, the only thing that's going to happen is that the big spike in year 10 onwards is just going to move into the next LTP, and then the funding envelope's not going to change. So you're just going to end up having to push that out. What we do need to factor in, though, is the wastewater consent, or the standards, later this year. When they come out, what does that mean for that spike?
Yeah.
And when we get clarity on that, that's when we re-look at that and recast what those numbers might might look like.
Can I maybe add to that? Though?
Yeah.
So this doesn't include shared services. This is very much obviously when you do your ring fence business unit and you say, well, hi, actually for the three, if you decided to do an internal business unit, you would then need to go, well, we need an HR person in the three water space. We need an IT person in the three water space. So there would be a slight increase, but it wouldn't make a huge amount of difference to this. If you were to go, for example, a multi-CCO, though, over time you would expect some efficiencies from them. So the cost might increase,
That's what I
but
was
then
thinking,
efficiency
yeah.
savings will then be realised, not early on, because obviously you'll need to fund that CCO to deliver it, but over time the expectation of, well, actually we're maybe going to make some savings as a result of scale. So there's
Yeah.
different models, and I will say if you start looking at years 2030 to 2034, the realism of you moving from, I'll say, a $25 to $30 million programme of work year on year and then dropping down to 10 million isn't quite realistic. So there's opportunities of smoothing that over a period of time that needs to be assessed.
So will there be two long-term plans, one for the CCO with all the water infrastructure in, and then councils everything else? Or will the CCO for the water still be part of our long-term plan when we get to the next LTP?
It depends on what model your preferred model for delivery is. If it's a ring fence model, you're still going to have to deliver and prepare a long-term plan with waters in it. If it's a multi-council CCO or a CCO, it will be the board that prepares that long-term plan from a Three Waters perspective. And I don't have clarity yet around whether they're required to follow the same LTP processes as we are.
We'll talk through that. So we'll talk through each of the options and whether it's on balance sheet, whether it's off balance sheet, and also what council has to produce and what they have to produce as a CCO. So we'll talk through that when we talk about the options.
Because presumably the CCO will be running more efficient as an external organisation than an internal one at council. So like at the moment we pay rates quarterly, and I know it's just getting down to the detail, but I'm just trying to think, how can we leverage our water revenue so the income comes at a certain time, but the expenses kind of get allocated further down the track so we can gain more interest?
And again, that comes back to how much debt capacity you have to borrow and at what point you borrow until. Yeah.
I mean, this has got assumptions built into it too as to what exactly a need is. There's always many ways to skin a cat. If my roof starts leaking, I can paint a membrane on it. We used to replace pipes, and now you've got systems for lining them in situ without taking them out of the ground. So technology is supposedly going to offer some lifelines in all of this, and the compliance landscape is absolutely critical. But if we assume that it's not going to change, then I think we got to look for creative solutions.
And I think
for
you're
keeping
right. I
things
mean,
going.
that budget, that unconstrained budget was very much if money wasn't an issue, if resources were not an issue, what would it be?
Well-
So it probably won't be that amount.
No.
But it will be a large amount, that you will need to invest, but it probably won't be that amount. Right?
No.
Because that was very much, if that wasn't an issue. Now, that definitely will be an issue. So that needs to be really stress tested over the period of time to go, how realistic is that number and
Yes.
when?
Well,
Yeah.
that's critical.
And there's a lot of uncertainty around those numbers. We talked about the standards, but also at some point when you figure out what your financial sustainability number is in terms of how much you can collect from a revenue perspective, then you need to start making some calls around where is the priority investment. Is it in wastewater treatment upgrades, or is it in renewing infrastructure, or is it in building resilience? Because you can't do all three at once. And so that's where those CCOs or whatever structure needs to make those calls.
On multi-council CCOs, I find them a bit scary because I'd hate to see it happen in water what's happened, say, in roading, where you're ending up negotiating with much bigger bodies that
Yeah.
claim to have more serious needs to what we are, and we don't get our fair share of the cake. So that's a cautionary note. I mean, I see it played out in front of me, so I would hate to go there. But anyway, it needs to be carefully thought out and handled.
Thank you. I just want to come back to the question of efficiencies from scale, and that was underpinned the previous Three Waters reforms. How significant is that in realistic terms?
So there's examples of Scottish Water, of Tasman Water, where they've driven quite significant year-on-year efficiency savings, so around 10% year-on-year. I mean, it adds up, especially when you're talking, multi-councils and multi-balance sheets. It really does add up. Okay. And that's efficiency savings from delivery, but standard models, core design teams that do everything. So it can be up to 10% year-on-year savings. So it can be significant. Yeah.
And I think even a little bit closer to home, Watercare has some efficiency savings they're building into their planning documentation as well.
So I think globally they use I would say 2.5% of median income as an affordability measure for Three Waters, and that's generally what's acceptable in the OECD nations. I think Watercare is about 1.5%. Right. So they're way below, because of the efficiency savings and the scale that they've got, but they do have a lot of scale. Yeah.
Which we struggle to find, right?
Yeah.
I guess this just highlights a different view of that previous gap and what we've included in that program of works. You'll have seen that direct extract out of the infrastructure strategy. So some of the key considerations we need to work through as part of this process is making sure our funding models are clear and transparent. So that was one of the rationale for kick-starting a Three Waters rating review process, but we also need to consider, how we're funding the capital side of it as well. And that moves on to that next point, which is the intergenerational approach for funding. Is our current approach appropriate, or does there need to be a new approach given the challenging situation we're in where, you've got a bulk of your infrastructure that was delivered by central government, you haven't built enough depreciation reserves, and therefore you're borrowing. And so I think, the whole sector needs to change in relation to that. And a water service entity that gets set up, we don't have, no council has cash available that matches the depreciation reserves. And so if a water service entity sets up, is the council going to hand over the cash in an equal balance to what's in their depreciation reserves or not? So that, those sort of things we need to work through. Is the current charging regime equitable across the district? We're working through that. Is there a different delivery model for delivering Three Water services? And that's what we're going to dive into. How should new consents take into account updated standards and community expectations, and are they affordable? So we'll get a bit more clarity on that as we work through this delivery plan process. And are we building in resilience and climate change considerations appropriately into our infrastructure decision making? So you heard me talk about we plan for an element of resilience in our program and the needs-based AMP. That was cut in half in terms of what we've put into the LTP. So, we're building in resilience, but we need to be very careful around and mindful around what that resilience is and where it is. So I think the water service delivery planning process will be looking at more of that, and as climate change becomes more real, identifying where those areas are that we need to target. Support. So as we talked about, there's no financial support from central government in relation to local waters done well, but they have done a piece of work around looking at our long-term plans and pulling out some numbers and providing pre-populated financial templates, which will help us through that process. At the moment, they've just got 10 years worth of information in there. We'll need to extend that out to 30 and work through a process of assessing the different models for those. And we've got a water service delivery plan template in terms of the document that we're going to be preparing.
Bevan,
as well.
didn't they say they could assign one of their people to
Yep.
help us if we needed it
Yep.
as well?
Yep, so they offer that support too. And so you've got 3 monthly check-ins or quarterly check-ins with DIA around how you're progressing. And you can ask for support from them at any time.
I will say it's quite limited support, so they're not really there to do it for you. It's not that. They'll provide some advice and some guidance, but it's not actually, here's 3 people to prepare a water services delivery plan, thanks very much. It's not that.
And you will have heard them reiterate.
Sound like that, though.
It's not that.
You would have heard them reiterate on both those webinars that they're running on a smell of an oily rag themselves. They're very
Also,
small
they're
teams.
not sustainable themselves. Oh, good.
They're not
Do we have to
spending
pay
any
for that
money. though.
service?
Sorry?
Do we have to pay for that service from DIA, or is it?
Not the advisory service. They do have a set of independent people set up that's been kind of certified by DIA that can come in and actually provide some support. We would pay for that if we want some independent quality assurance provided, which we probably will want to do at key points of the time, but not throughout the process, because otherwise.
Okay.
So just as far as the delivery options, that we want to talk today about, so there's, I'll say 4 option models there, and I'll talk through the details on each one. So one is just a ring-fence business unit, staying within council. You transfer the overheads to that ring-fence business unit, but you basically operate as you are now with that internal ring-fence business unit. The second one is doing the same, but with shared service model, so with the likes of, for example, Portuguese, Kawarai, Whakatane. The next one is single council CCO, so purely for Whakatane, no one else, so it's purely owned by yourself. Number 3 is a multi-council CCO, and that would be considering something like the Bay of Plenty wide, would be a multi-council CCO, and then a community trust model. And interestingly, I don't know any other councils that are actively looking at a community trust model. It's kind of been put forward as an option, but I don't know any other council that's actively looking at that.
I think most are rolling it out because of the fact that it can't borrow from the LGFA.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I did have that second column there for details, but as I started writing information, it just got too big, so we'll just talk through it.
So what I'll do is I'll maybe just talk through each of the options, but just at the end of this process, and I'll speak up, but at the end of this process, what we really want to do is kind of just talk through what each of these options are. And just talk about, which ones will actually really benefit from either a financial sustainability, an investment sufficiency, a resilience in natural hazards, a scale and efficiency, a local voice and utility, and a future of local government lens to go, is there some red flags that just take those options entirely out that we don't need to look at? Or, do we want to leave everything on the table? And really that's a discussion we want to have. Out of this, we are going to contract someone to do some of the analysis work, and we've got quotes. We've got one quote in to do that work, and another one coming today. So really, we want to kind of, once we get some direction on this, just move very quickly into some options assessment, and then come back to you in December around what those options will be, and they'll be run through in some kind of process, multi-criteria analysis around the options for you to decide what the shortlist will be from December.
Ian, where do those ticks and crosses come from now?
So myself and Bevan just kind of put them up, and again, we'll talk to you about them, about which ones give a benefit and why. When we
And we're happy to have, it's more of a conversation prompt.
Yeah.
But we're happy to talk through those and change those if you've got some views.
Yeah, purely for a discussion. Yeah. So ring fence business unit within council, so still remains from an ownership point of view within council, no new organisation established. So basically the same as what you have now. You would need to separate, as say, any of the shared service into a particular ring fence business unit within council. But really nothing would change. Council would prepare a water service strategy, so that's a document that you would prepare. So that water service strategy would lay out how you're delivering against the intended requirements of your water service delivery plan.
if it was kept within council, does that mean the water department can borrow up to 500%? No.
No,
No.
no. So as far as from a financing point of view, no change from current financing, so it's 285%. So no change from current. Now, if your current borrowing for Three Waters is
Very high.
more than
So
two-
there's a appendix in the previous
Yeah.
workshop item which talked a bit about the current state and funding. So my assessment has identified, like if we did a ring fencing model or even a single CCO model, based on ability for our ratepayers to fund the revenue to service that debt, we could borrow another $14 million if to get at 500%. So,
That's all that we've got.
yep,
Is
there's,
we're
there's,
only able
there's
to
no
borrow-
fat.
There's nothing.
No.
Yeah, and again, that's why we put some crosses up around some of these areas where, based on what's happening now and your current borrowing levels, there's some real constraints, you know. From a financing point of view, it wouldn't allow you access to any other borrowing.
So I was just going to say that if you've got a ring fence all your IT staff and all that kind of thing as well, that's like the opposite of efficiencies, isn't it?
You ring fence the funding for that. So they might still sit at the same desk, but you, as a ring fence business unit, are paying for that shared service to deliver to you. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't deliver any
It's the
any
same as
savings.
running an internal project.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
this is the project,
Right,
I've
yeah.
got 50% of this person, 20% of that person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. So it's just a cost allocation rather than them changing seats, but yeah. And it would still say on your balance sheet, you know, so it's still exactly the same. Next one is ring fence business unit within council, but with shared service. So everything else stays the same. The only thing that you will have alongside this is like a memorandum of understanding with, you know, if it's a Portakey or Kawarau, on what you're actually doing some shared services around, and how that cost is shared. You will get some efficiency savings, but it will be quite limited if it's a small number of councils that are actually delivering against that. And I'm sure that you already do a level of shared services. There wouldn't be a lot of gain from an efficiency point of view from this, but there would be some gain.
But this doesn't, maybe you mentioned this before, but can we rob Peter to pay Paul? Like, if you're not spending, if you could say, make a decision on the hop, say, well, we won't put that merry-go-round in, we will put it into water. Can we do that? Or is it so ring-fenced? Nothing.
Ring-fenced.
The fence is completely imporous, is it?
Absolutely. So
Okay.
for funding for Three Waters, entirely ring-fenced, revenue and expenditure. Entirely. Yeah, with shared service included within that ring fence as well. You couldn't move. So that wouldn't be an option
So
in the
we
future.
lose flexibility in a lot of ways.
100%,
Absolutely,
yeah.
which is not great.
The next one, so this is a single council CCO, so you would basically set up a limited liability company, 100% owned by council. You would set up the constitution for this, and you would appoint a board of board members for that. They would be governed independently by professional directors, and they would be fully responsible for any operational or financial decisions. As a council, you would basically put together a statement of expectations. This is what we want from this. And the water organisation, so the CCO, would prepare a water services strategy. So this is how we'll deliver against your expectations. So the accountability sits with the CCO, and they'll do reports back, to council on a quarterly basis, and they need to produce an annual report that will be audited, and they will be subject to any of the economic regulation themselves. For this one, it would allow for that increased borrowing up to 500%. So there would be an increase from 285%, which is what you have now within council, to 500%. So the lever that I mentioned earlier, that would apply to this. So there is additional debt borrowing available for the CCO.
So in the statement of expectations, can we impose limits? Like, we do not want cost to exceed ratepayers' capacity to pay, however that's established.
You could do that, but then, you know, some of the economic regulation will be playing in that space as well. So, yeah, you could certainly put that in your statement of expectations, but you'd need to quantify it and, I guess, balance it with how the council, district council is rating the community and how regional council is rating the community as well.
And also the board members will make a call on that. You know, so if they go, it's unrealistic and we have to spend the money because we've got to meet our regulatory requirements, then they'll overrule that because they are making the calls. You know, so there'll be a discussion for sure, but they will be on the hook for it, for meeting regulatory compliance, and they'll take that extremely seriously as a board of directors. So if you say, well, actually don't spend that money because, you know, of X, Y, Z, they'll be looking at what it means for them as a professional board of directors on their obligations for meeting their regulatory compliance.
I guess that's why it's called a statement of expectations. We can expect, but we might not get.
Yeah, yeah. And again, there should be, I mean, if you were the single owner of that CCO, there'd be very good communication, you know, between you on that. But yeah, they would be a professional board of directors making calls on, because they'll be liable if things go wrong. Yeah. The next one, again, similar, but obviously not just single council. That would be a multi-council CCO. So again, you would set up a limited liability councils. Councils would jointly approve the constitution. So that would be a kind of joint. You would have shareholders, shareholding councils established. So just in Waikato Water done well, when they're looking at that, they're doing shares based on number of connections, for example. So there'd be models about how you determine what that shareholding looks like. Again, governed by independent directors. Each council would put together a statement of expectations, and then they would prepare a water services strategy. And yeah, so again, very similar. They would do, you know, regular reports on performance. They do, you know, annual reports. They would be able to obviously borrow against the LGFA up to 500%. And it would no longer be on your balance sheet. So it would be separated entirely from council's balance sheet and within this limited liability company, because you don't solely own it. It would be a joint, you know, multi-CCO.
So council A is 2 times the size of council B, means they get twice the number of representatives, and which means they have twice the voting power.
So it's normally single. So the stuff from Waikato that I've seen. So it's a single representative, but they have, because of their shareholding based on number of connections, for example, their shareholding would determine, you know, their say within that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like a limited liability company listed on the stock exchange.
Yeah.
Which is the part of the problem for us, I suppose.
Yeah.
But again, it's a statement of expectations and then a professional board that makes the decision at the end of the day.
Yeah. So you lose a lot more control here, but again, the potential for efficiency savings, as mentioned, could be quite significant for the future. And again, if we're thinking about intergenerational, that could be quite significant. If you're thinking 5-10 years time, there'll be a cost to set this up, right? So and a cost to run this as well, because this is being set up as a separate business unit. And basically bringing everyone out into this separate company. So there's a cost associated with that.
Yeah, there also has to be a desire on the part of the other councils to partner with you.
There's got to be willing partners. Yeah, and I will say, because everyone's under the pump to get this out in 12 months' time, everyone is kind of going, oh, I don't know if we've got a lot of time to really look at that. Now, in the Waikato one, they've been working on this for 12, 18 months, so led by Von Payne, ex-kind of CEO in Waikato. But they're only now just getting to the point of talking about heads of agreements for a shareholder. They're still way behind, and they're probably 4 to 6 months ahead of you guys, you know, in thinking about this. So there's a lot to consider, but yeah, it's an option.
But there's an extension, right? If you can apply jointly for an extension to the
Sure.
time.
Yeah.
What and how big an extension can you?
So you've still got to lay out a plan, but you can extend it beyond the September 2025 if you all agree. And again, that needs to be a kind of plan that you would put forward and have a discussion with DIA around that. Yeah.
Some of this was supposed to be worked out within the context of the mayoral forum about who's doing what, and apparently TCC and WBDC are way ahead of everybody, but I haven't seen anything, so
Yeah, so
not sure where all that's going to land.
So just as far as where TCC are at, so they're looking at a model, an internal business unit for them. They're also looking at a joint CCO between themselves and Western Bay of Plenty, and they're looking at a regional model. Now, again, I think there's opportunities, if this is an option, to work with other councils who are already ahead of the game and looking at that. But just to see, well, what are they doing? What are they assuming? How can you actually get some of that information and what does it look like? So there's definitely opportunities for working with other councils around this. Yeah.
And you've got to acknowledge that they're in a different position than we are. We don't have a burning platform where they've got a burning platform with the water care downer contract that they previously had that was providing shared service arrangement between Western Bay and TCC. So water care have had to pull out. So they need to find a solution faster than what the mayoral forums, the pace that's moving at.
And I will say, interestingly, in Waikato, Hamilton City Council, which is by far the biggest council, they've stepped out of Waikato Water Dunwell, just because they're going, we can't see the value in it for us. We've got a lot to deal with for growth for us as a council, and we are stepping out. So they've made a... And I think that this requires willing partners. It really does require willing partners. And again, that's part of the work that you would need to go through. The last one, again, I don't know any kind of councils that are... This is basically setting up a separate trust. So again, separate company, but a trust that's a consumer trust that's set up by water consumers that will hold the majority of the shares in the water organisation. Again, I don't know any councils that are actively looking at this because it doesn't allow for any LGFA funding at all. It would need to be, they would fund it themselves privately, so of any local authority. So it doesn't give them access to any cheap funding. So it's kind of one that's not particularly being progressed by any other council that I know of. So before we just get on to, sorry.
Thinking just outside the square, is there any way that we could go to like Trust Horizon or the Horizon Energy Group, and because they could contribute a lot to the community and they've already got all their lines in there, would they ever consider like investing in our infrastructure to run as a separate CCR?
I think it'd be quite a tough ask because they would, they'd be borrowing on the open market, right? Against, whereas, the LGFE funding access that you have to borrowing provides a kind of lower amount. I mean, they'll still be wanting to get some revenue or output from that funding. And I just don't see what's in it for them. They would maybe be up for it as part of a, hey, this is a community good thing, but I just don't see what's in it specifically for them. And again, that's why I'm saying I don't know any other councils that are actively looking at that as a model. But it's, again, if that's an option, councillors want the team to consider, that's something that can be reviewed and assessed.
They get similar rates to LGFA anyway, comparable borrowing rates.
Yeah.
Municipal bonds.
Yeah, I've not heard much about that at all.
Yeah. Which is maybe what you're getting at.
Yeah. Again, we can...
And I was wondering about given the rate that we can borrow from the LG fund, whether there's anything in it in doing that. Because you still got to pay a return, right?
You do.
Yeah.
It's like that, a lot of councils used to issue bonds before our GFA came along.
Yeah.
So, you know, some of the big city councils still have some. But our GFA is so simpler, so much simpler, so easy to borrow. You can borrow from one day to the next, whereas planning to issue bonds is quite a complex process.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So we just wanted to just talk through, as a result of kind of just going through those options, just kind of how we, sorry,
Move it up.
we might just move this board. Sure. So yeah, so we've got an independent, two quotes. Well, we've requested 3 quotes specifically to look at some of the option assessment around this. So just if we take financial sustainability and affordability and access to debt, so if we were to look at either council or just in a shared service within council, it doesn't allow you access to any more than your 285. So it doesn't give you any kind of gain on financial sustainability. And because of your current constraints, as Bevan kind of mentioned earlier, that kind of is a real challenge on this as an option for Whakatane District Council. Because you're really constrained with debt already, you know, able to borrow what, another 14 million, you know, a single CCO, so that will give you a little bit more because you'll be able to access up to the 500%, but it will still be a real challenge based on your current financial constraints that you have in place. Multi-CCO is probably the only option that would actually give you some really good options around that potentially if they can deliver efficiency savings in the longer term. But again, we don't know until the financial modelling is done, but that's the kind of only one. It's got access to the 500%, and hopefully over time it would deliver efficiency savings.
Well, we've been waiting for that financial modelling for a year already, just
Sure.
just so that you know.
Yeah.
So, and anyway, financial modelling is worse than scientific modelling.
Well, look,
I mean,
and
it's-
the last
that
government,
is-
you know, when they kind of pitched the last
Yeah.
reform, this is where it kind of fell over because no one had a lot of trust in the last
No.
kind of financial model. But, you know, again, from a financial sustainability, affordability, access to debt, that's probably the option that would deliver the most value if they can confirm the efficiency savings. But there's pros and cons, right? A community trust model doesn't have access to that cheap funding, so again, we put a cross against that. From an investment sufficiency, i.e. we've got enough money to basically meet regulatory requirements. Again, current constraints in current council because you've had to move a lot of that funding out, so current constraints there. Even a single CCO owned by council will have the same constraints. A multi-CCO might be able to do that a little bit more effectively than others in the community trust model. Resilience and natural hazards, again, because you've moved a lot of that funding that you've currently got for resilience and natural out, again, there's real constraints for council at the moment. Even a single CCO will have exactly the same constraints. You might have something more from a multi-CCO, community trust, no. Scale and efficiency, well, you'll get a little bit of scale and efficiency from a shared service model, but it'd be quite limited. Multi-CCO is where you get that efficiency through. Local voice, so local voice and tutility, you know, I mean, you'll have more kind of influence as a council, even as a council with shared service that you have full control over, and also as a single CCO. Unclear with the multi-CCO because you lose a lot of control over that. And in a community trust model that would need to be assessed. The future of local government, and this is an interesting one that we kind of put up here around what does this mean by taking water out of council, and what does it mean for the rest of council? What does it mean for the future of local government? There's key implications by doing that. So obviously, you know, that would be more beneficial for retaining it within council, and even having some control over a single CCO. Unclear about what that would look like for a multi-CCO, but certainly it will be potentially worse because the question is, well, what's left and how financially sustainable is the rest of your organisation as a result of taking Three Waters out.
Yeah.
So,
Well, are we ready to declare ourselves, or have you got a question?
I had a question,
Yeah.
yeah. So with the borrowing from LGFA for up to 500%, that's for the plant, the equipment, and for administration? Like,
Yeah,
is
so-
there any criteria that we can't,
So the borrowing.
like for staff, you know?
Yeah, so the borrowing up to 500% just gives you some more capacity to borrow more. So as a sector, we need to be investing in more in Three Waters infrastructure than we have in the past. And so that's where some of the, I think it was $180 billion or something like that's come from. Our council's ability to borrow currently doesn't allow for that to happen. And so that's with the 285% caps. And so what the government's done is saying, if you create a CCO to deliver this, then you can borrow up to 500%. And so
CapEx and OpEx?
you wouldn't, CapEx,
Yeah.
you wouldn't want to fund OpEx with debt. Although
The
technically
setup, I'm
you
talking about
need
the
to,
setup, yeah.
technically you need to when you have an unbalanced budget. And what the sector's done over the past 2 or 3 years because of the impacts of COVID and escalation is that a lot of councils have had to borrow to fund OpEx. But the intention is that the debt is to fund capital improvements and you know, potentially set up costs.
So
which
the
will be
burden
one-offs.
of the administration and setup costs would fall back to the ratepayer, not the CCO?
Yeah, well, the administration costs will be part of your charge that you charge to consumers.
So that's
Is
an
the
increase in rates.
Is the 500% automatically set, or can we set it, could it be set as required? 'Cause
It's just the maximum
Yeah.
cap. You don't.
It's a limit.
Yeah. So the same as us. Our maximum cap is 285%, but we set a level that's lower than that in the financial strategy. So it's a ceiling. So you wouldn't have to say from day one you're going to go to 500%.
No, but I think there's a bit of a danger there if we even had a limit at 500%. What I'm sort of saying is, could council or whatever the entity is set it at, say, 300%?
So could council set the entity's level at 300?
Yeah,
You could, but there's been no point setting up an entity then because it won't be able to do anything.
Couldn't do a thing.
The reason, you know, if you looked at, and I touched on this about the assessment of delivering it in council, from a Three Waters perspective, our investment in Three Waters infrastructure is a large proportion of our external debt already. So if you picked it up and moved it out, we're probably not far off 500%. So
yeah.
by
okay.
restricting
he's
your
saying
ability to borrow, you're restricting the CCO's ability to deliver what it needs to do. So it won't be compliant, and which will be something that I think central government would turn around and say you can't provide a water service delivery plan that's going to meet the standards if you did that.
You could do something through your statement of expectations about what you expect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
because,
know, but that wouldn't limit them. I mean, the 500 is just a limit. You can borrow up to that amount.
yeah, but you can guarantee if you put 500 there, everyone will head to it.
Well, and again, that's...
But going back to Bevan's point, where we've got, say, 440 mil to spend, it's going to be needed. But over the 10 or 20 year period of that 440 getting spent, a fair percent, in theory, a lot of it should be getting repaid as well. So we might not get to the 440 borrowings. Correct or not correct?
I think you will get to the cap of the borrowings reasonably quickly just because of the spike of renewals and the level of investment. You've got a massive spike of renewals because of all the ministry work stuff, but you've also got a whole bunch of treatment plant upgrades you've got to deliver because of expiring consents. So it's a perfect storm of stuff, not to mention all the resilient stuff as in response to climate change. So there is more capex that you need to spend on Three Waters than even the 500% will allow you to.
But in theory, over time, that will
Yeah.
then start dropping down, right? So
Yeah.
you might need to front load that investment. But in theory, if your revenue's right, then that will then start coming back down from that 500%. And again, that's what government wants to see, how financially sustainable is this, not only now, but for the future as well.
In theory, but if you get to 500%, you're still, once we've got, like, we're not going to have all new infrastructure here from day one. So even after we've hit the 500, we're still going to have more infrastructure, new infrastructure coming along. So how does all that get funded?
So
If
the
you're already
new,
at your 500%.
so growth will have to pay for growth at that point. So that's part of the conversations we touched on a little bit earlier around how do you set your financial contributions and your development contributions and fund for growth in an appropriate way that doesn't leverage on your financial capacity to borrow for the infrastructure you already have. So it'll be a very complex balancing
Yeah, we'll
act.
do a round table.
Doesn't sound good.
So really the question is, just thoughts on these options, just round the table, just high-level thoughts on these options. I mean, we put some crosses up just for consideration, but that's not to take them off the table. At the end of the day, we'll kind of go out and we'll assess whatever options come out of this discussion. So, so if there's ones that you go, actually, we want to know more about this, then absolutely. Also, if there's any of these options where you're going, actually, I want more information, please let us know as well, and then we can seek that additional information. Yeah.
And if you've got ticks or crosses where you think they should be changed, so do you think a cross should be a tick or vice versa?
Not that I can read the top line very well. But
So,
anyway,
sorry, so top one is financial sustainability, investment sufficiency, resilience, scale and efficiency, local voice activity, and future local government.
I mean, I'm vying for 1B at the moment because, as opposed to 1A, because it always makes sense to share services where you can.
Yep.
We retain control.
Yep.
Every water source is unique. They're not going to be the same as other people.
Yep.
And all hinging on the assumption that the compliance landscape doesn't change, absolutely doesn't change, because that's just going to blow us out of the water. Single CCO requires us to know what the overheads are, and I've got no idea. And the multi-CCO, as I said, I'm scared shitless about what will happen when you're in a group of larger councils and what you're really sacrificing by way of control there. And we haven't seen any of the modelling, so we don't even know if it's really viable. So we do need to know about it. Absolutely, but I'm tending to sit on the 1B category at the moment.
Yeah.
Have you got any sort of rough numbers on what overheads
Depends on
would
the
be for a
partners.
single CCO?
Oh,
No.
we've sort of worked through the CCTO conversations in relation to the, that property investment.
And
process.
you said that we can only borrow another 14 million anyway, so which is relatively negligible.
Based on, if you wanted Three Waters rates to be affordable for our communities, and based on 2018 household income information.
Yep. Well, I think the
$14 million.
affordability question is absolutely key, and that puts limits on what we can even borrow.
Yep.
And we haven't really had that conversation much, so we need to do that. But
There's
yeah,
a bit of information in
I think we just need to do
appendix,
better with what we've got. We need to look at fixing the roof rather than replacing it or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because I think
Yeah.
we just have to be so realistic.
Isn't that what we've been doing for the last 50 years?
Yeah. That's
Fixing
what
Well, I mean, there's some things like water plants, you can keep them going forever, virtually. We've actually been upgrading things. We've got a new generator there. I don't know where we are with the tanks up the hill, stuff like that. We've been doing stuff. It's not like nothing's happened.
Our source hasn't changed, though. It still comes out.
No,
of
the
river.
source is the same one.
no.
That's
That's
So
the
we need a
problem.
new plant.
well, there's no.
Wow.
No, the water. No. Next.
No. Oh, gosh, I mean, yeah, obviously the multiple CCO
Scale.
is the best option. You're going to have it professionally governed and managed. That's got the 500% extra debt funding. You're going to get the best efficiencies of scale. It's not on our balance sheet. But the issue with that is, are the councils going to want to be going in with us? Because sometimes there's not as much benefit for a bigger council to go with a smaller council. So, there's issues with that. We don't get the overheads. So I'm sitting somewhere between like that one and probably the mayor, the council 1B. I think we could all easily wipe off number 4 and don't look at that and give that any more time. It's obviously, I don't think it's a viable option. So it's somewhere between 1B or 3, but obviously we need a heck of a lot more information around it. And like I said, the main thing is are others going to want to actually go with us? And the real worrying thing is it's the same ratepayers, whatever option you do. And it's about affordability. Okay, you can borrow a heck of a lot more, but at the end of the day, can people be affording for you to be borrowing at that higher amount versus we have to do this work, and and how do you fund it? So anyway, more information needed, but that's where I
Coming back to your thing about who wants to go with us, I mean, around the mayoral forum, which has been going for 2 years, I don't see a lot of appetite for it, except for Western Bay and Tauranga City Council. They're already joined at the hip anyway, really. So they're natural partners. But, you've got the others saying we'll do our own thing at the moment, but it could change. But anyway, that's what I'm hearing at the moment.
And some of these multi-council CCOs, as they're setting up, they're kind of saying there's maybe on-ramps in the future. So it doesn't need to be a binary, we're all in now. And it could be something that can be considered for the future if they're going, well, we just want to set up, for example, and we want to set ourselves up, and then you can join at some point in the future.
Well,
and
the response to that was, well, when you come in late, you'll just take whatever.
Well, there is pros and cons around that as well, right? Because again, they'll have set up all the governance structures and the shareholding structures already, right? So The
only other thing I was going to make was that here you have got the question over the local voice for the multiple CCO. While I agree with what Victor's saying about, we would lose that control. I'm not sure if it's as much as in other instances that where we might like roading and all that, because we would have a set program. This is what's actually needed to be done. So I'm not sure.
Quite agree.
We've got that in roading.
That I know, but I don't know. That's all I'm saying. Is I don't know to the extent that would be an issue.
And some of the stuff I've seen from the Waikato Water Done Well team, who are specifically in this, they are very much focus on iwi partnerships, strategic partnerships around the delivery around this. So there's mechanisms to do it. We just don't know what those mechanisms are. But you're right.
Exactly. Sorry.
And I'm very weary of the multi-council CCS, and I do know that. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to go to bed with Tauranga and that. They'll set themselves up. I'll be weary of that. Kauru and Opolski, I'm not exactly sure what their appetite is. It doesn't sound like they have an appetite for joining up with us either.
So a Poriki, they are looking at 2 options. One is a shared service model, and one is just them as a standalone. So that's what the Poriki's interested in looking at. And I think Kawerau, you've talked to Kawerau? I'm not sure what their 2 options are.
I have. I mean, that's what I've been trying to do. Yeah. I mean, they are kind of into independence. They think. I mean, don't quote me on this, but the feeling I get is that they think they've got it more or less under. They're small councils, so small is beautiful, and they're quite agile, and I think they think they're okay at this point. That's the feeling I get.
And I'm not a big fan of of the extra borrowing that we need to do. So I'm more inclined towards 1B.
1B?
Good shared services, always a big advocate for shared services.
I think 1A and 1B, we have already been doing to a certain extent. Like all the councils in the Eastern Bay belong to Botplas, you know, and is that been delivering? That's a shared service sort of model. That's not delivering for us. I'm not fearful of a multi-CCO, but I do agree with Victor after watching the regional land transport funding debacle. You know, we totally lost out there. I'm confused about why, as a single CCO, the resilience and natural hazards had a cross on it. Because I would have thought that if we had, that they had the control over, if the CCO had control over this infrastructure, that we would already be improving resilience.
The main rationale for that one is the CCO doesn't allow you to borrow anymore. And
For resilience stuff.
yeah, well, and if we've already at a significant, let's say our water's debt is already at 450% or 400%, and the additional 14 million is all you can borrow, it doesn't change that. So you've either got to think about, are you going to use that $14 million to invest in renewals, or are you going to use it to invest in treatment plant upgrades, or are you going to use it to invest in resilience? So I don't think it creates enough financial capacity to really address resilience. But
it will create a little bit more, but not much.
Yeah, so we can put a little up arrow next to that one.
And I think with a multi-CCO, like we've already got a Portakey and Kawerau on board with the spatial plan, and that took a little bit of prompting to get a Portakey over, you know, because we started setting up first. I don't know how advanced they are down their process and all of this, but this is a real dollar reality check. The affordability, doesn't matter which option you choose, the same people are going to have to pay increased in costs. But from a community point of view, if we can have the right sort of advocacy and lobbying, and we now know how it plays out when you do multiple, you know, regional stuff, I think between management and probably, you know, elected members, we could be doing more to make sure that we get our share.
Definitely.
So you gain multiple.
Yeah, I've taken multiple.
I'm at multi, but I do agree we need more investigation on those three, 1B, 2 and 3.
Yeah.
No, I think it was 1B, 2
sorry,
CCO, single
I wasn't
CCO.
advocating for 1B, no, 1B, I wasn't advocating for 1B.
Or 1A.
Or 1A, no.
So what we're trying to do is narrow
advocating
down.
between 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 and 3, sorry.
But I
Okay.
said we need more information on 1B, 2 and 3
Yeah.
about finances.
Yep. So what the next step bit is to use this to narrow down into preferred options that we're going to look at the financial modelling of.
We do have to be really conscious that we've been working at 1A and 1B for so long and it's not making a difference.
Yeah.
We've got to think bigger, broader. We've got to think about the growth that's coming across the community. And while some of those looks like they're tough, you know, we're not going to be sitting here in 30 years' time, or probably not even 12 months' time.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Across the line.
I mean,
But you're right, the
the community's
realities of.
trusting us to be thinking long term.
Yeah.
This is the time.
I'd be interested in multi-CCO as long as we don't go in with Tauranga or Western Districts, because that hasn't played in our favour with either the Public Transport Committee or the Transport Committee. We've been screwed over on both of those. So yeah, 2 or 3, single CCO or multiple CCO.
I think there's a challenge if you take them out, because again, you're taking out some scale
Okay.
that they would actually bring to the party. I totally understand the concerns, but I think Rotorua we're hearing will probably not be part of a Bay of Plenty discussion, and that's
right, that's
general
correct,
case.
yeah.
But then if you then take, for example, Western Bay and Tauranga, you're then back to Kawerau, Aporiki, Pakitani. So then suddenly you're
Hasn't
restricted.
worked with the regional transport meeting.
Sure, yeah, no, and I think those concerns, we just need to kind of flesh out, well, what are those concerns? How would this address those concerns? Because, yeah. Sure. Excellent.
Tony?
It's quite difficult for me. I mean, it really feels like we've got the, hospital pass of the century in terms of what we've been landed with, and without the resource to be able to do this, and the impact on our ratepayers and our whānau at one of the most, toughest economical times. I'm concerned about the Māori option, mainly because if there's concerns around what's happening with the roading, then I also have concerns around how our local mana whenua and our obligations under the Te Tiriti will be met. How will that voice be met if it's hard to have a voice if you're one of the councils in the seat, similar to the roading. So I have concerns about it. I don't mind that others support it, and I'll get to see that information, which is great. But it's sorry, this is just my thinking process. It sort of looks like that we're going to what was offered sort of before, and yet there's no resource or support to be able to make it happen. The whole point of, some of those who were very strong about keeping Three Waters was so that we had that local voice, and yet the way the options are stacked up financially and the impact on ratepayers means we're going to go to the model that was proposed. So, apart from the not knowing about if mana whenua obligations to tiriti are there. I'm supportive of 1B as well. I like giving support everywhere, so I'd like to look at similar to Leslie, the single CCO. Part of me understands that the Māori one would be the best financially for our whānau, but just how our ability to have a voice is my concern. That's the trade-off. Is that what the trade-off is? Make it financially viable for our whānau, then we lose our voice. But then if we lose our voice, does that mean will our whānau actually save in the long run if we don't have a voice on there? Yeah. Kia ora.
I think it's a really good call out, and it's something that we captured those concerns from the community way back in 2021 when the first announcements came out. I think what's really important to work through, and we won't be able to work through it, but is what does the local voice give you over and above what a professional board making decisions around what is the infrastructure and the levels of service that our community need? What is that difference? What is that differentiation? Because that's really the gap that we need to figure it out.
I suppose it depends on what parts you're looking at as professional. If it's directly related to the water services and making profit and being able to maintain that, there's another lens in terms of what is professional and expert information in terms of what matters to the whenua, what matters to the land, but also, that other lens that brings to ensuring that whānau are looked after, our environment is looked after, so that ultimately we save costs in the long run because it's been looked after.
And I will say you would have more control in a single CCO where you're setting up the expectations yourself, but you're also setting up the board.
Yeah.
And you're saying to the board, well, we want these skills on the board.
Yeah.
You know, and you can obviously direct that. Obviously, you've got less influence when you get down to this, but certainly in the Waikato Water done well, you know, that's an expertise that they're saying they want on the board from a managerial perspective.
Okay.
Because they're saying that's important. So there's maybe mechanisms to do it, but
Okay,
yeah.
and that's under the single CCO.
Yeah, that's under the single CCO because you'll be appointing the board members.
Yeah.
So you'll make sure that expertise is on there based on the need. And again, you can influence the multi-CCO. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to put a support tick for that too. The other one is too, is that depending how far along we get on the multi, you know, we might get, you know, thinged on option, that third one, and if we've got backup plans.
Sure.
Okay, sorry.
I think an interesting reflection on, actually we're being forced to go back to what the previous reform,
That's right.
you know, say, but actually councils are making the decision. So central government are saying, you go and make the decision, thanks very much, but
Here's
you've
your
got to
limited
be
options.
financially sustainable and all these things. So it just forces the decision back on councils, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and not just, I mean, forcing the decision, but actually skewing the pitch considerably around how they control the debt.
The levers.
Yeah. So they're clearly steering us in the direction they want us to go, and kind of forcing our hand to a large degree. It's a shame about the community trust because I thought that would have been potentially quite an interesting model, but as you've said, with the inability to borrow through the local government, that's kind of off the table.
Sorry, I mean, that discussion about do you make a quick call through to Trust Horizon and see if that's something that they, you know, that again can be something that can be very quickly done.
Yeah.
To go, actually, is there any other options, you know, yes and no, and, you know, so that could be done, you know, if you want that progressed, just to check, and it might be a very quick discussion, or actually might then bring something to the table, I don't know.
They might say no, but we can help you with this.
Sure.
But certainly in terms of local voice, having a community trust, I mean, that's the most kind of responsive thing you could do. I
Aren't we
think.
sort of a community trust anyway?
No, we're not.
No.
In terms of my preferred option, I'm strongly in favour of the multi-party CCO because it's the only one that's got any financial upside for our communities.
Yeah.
Everything else is unaffordable. You know, in all of those options, I don't know how people are going to afford to pay for water, and it's the only one that's got real possibilities of kind of addressing affordability of delivery. I think that it needs a good statement of intent around engaging with community and particularly engaging with mana whenua, the tangata whenua, and who's on the board. I think those are really important points, and I think we need to be strong advocates for that. And I would have thought we'd get support for that anyway. I think that's what councils are increasingly thinking. The other thing I was going to say, that the concerns that people have been raising about the regional transport, to me it's a completely different animal. Because the Regional Transport Committee is a body of politicians arguing their patch. And this is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a professional board who's responsive to the regulation. So so first of all, the Transport Committee is a political body, and so that makes it really different. But the other thing is, when it comes to transport, everyone's arguing about what do I want? Oh, I'd like more of this, and I'd like more of that, and I want some of this. But when it comes to water delivery, it's totally different. You're relying on a board of professionals whose responsibility is to comply with the regulation.
Well said.
And all we want is for the regulations to be complied with in our area. We're not asking for special favours. We just want our people to get water quality, water of the right quality, and we want their wastewater to be treated in the right way. And so it's no special favours. We're just saying to the board, fulfil your statutory obligations. That's it. So I just see it as a totally different thing.
Yep.
So multi-CCO, but I also think we should be investigating the financials around the single CCO and also the 1B council shared services, just to do a bit of due diligence.
I think it's all been said. I come back to affordability, so it's a matter of you bringing back the detail on those preferred options. Heartily agree with what Nandor said with regards regional transport committee structure, entirely different baby altogether. So. Thank you.
Around affordability, so that's the that multi-CCO.
Yep.
What are the questions? Because I keep looking at this thing around. Oh, sorry.
So one of the things that I look at in terms of that multi-CCO is we've been hearing about the statutory obligations. I can't see why there's a question mark around local voice and te tiriti when that clearly sits inside of that. If we're talking about the whole three waters, so I suppose if we decide to design this board, it has to capture that, where it isn't missing out of that terms of engagement, because then I would see that would help our rural, our remote, our other communities understand what's happening. So the voice is not lost, but it also will inform their future, because we're still going, we have to still think ahead. I think I was interested in a comment that you made. It's almost like there's probably like another pathway. So does that make this thing quite fluid and be open to, if things change within while we're going down this pathway, then it's flexible? Can that be as part of what we would want to put in our statement of intent, that we can get that flexibility, or is it solid too? Because we're informing our board, Tony was right, talking about we have a board that is informing from a very professional, but those professional leans also look at our demographics of our community as well, because they need to understand, while there's a statutory obligation, there should also be, I suppose, a statutory of care.
So just about those, I'll say on-ramps in the future. You know, there will be more flexibility on the ones you control for on-ramping to others. So, for example, if you were to pick a council kind of mandated body, then you'll have more flexibility on what you do in the future and what opportunities you decide to go for. But when you start going into, for example, a multi-CCO, it's harder to roll back out if you want to go for a different option. So yes, those options are still available. You still need to consult on two options, though. So as part of the requirements of local water done well, you need to choose two. But that's not to say that you can signal in the future, go, hey, we'll investigate these other opportunities in the future.
So this is the homework you fellas going to do?
Say again, sorry?
So that's the homework that needs to be done?
Sure. Yeah. And that will all be done through this option analysis. Because we'll be looking at kind of, I'll say, future option value. You know, how do you make sure you don't lock yourself in? What does that look like? Yeah.
I like this, also the single number 2 as well.
Yep.
Step 1B then.
1B? Yeah, no, I just did that.
I thought she said single.
Oh, single CCO?
Yeah, you said
Sorry.
1B, yeah.
I'd go with 3 and 1B, and if the other councils aren't going to be party, then we've got to look at 2 and 1A, but...
All of them.
No, priority's 3 and 1B. 3 first and then 1B.
3 first and then 1B. Yeah, okay.
Going back to the transport planning discussion, I don't really agree with Nandor's thing, because if the entity is getting close to a limit, obviously the big players are going to win rather than us down at the lower end. So there's a danger.
All right, well, we've got to move on. I'll just say that we've actually got a project running that's got a professional board on it. How's that going? Anyway.
So we'll just jump very quickly onto the last slide, and this is just our approach going forward and just timings.
We're about half an hour over, but carry on quickly.
Literally, this will take 2 minutes if we can get the slide on. Yeah, that one. Back one. So look, this year, so between now and December, we'll be looking to just engage vendors to kind of complete this work for us. We'll be looking at, I'll say, those areas of the Water Service Delivery Plan 1 to 9, and coming back to you mid-December, hopefully for some kind of initial assessment of what's possible. So they'll kind of take these 3 options that we've got on the table here, and then actually go, look, option 1B is off the table because of X, Y, and Z, or, you know, whatever, and then just get them down to ideally 2 options that we'll then consult on. But there'll be some analysis to get to us to that point. As we get through to next year, that kind of tie in with the revenue work and the rating work that we talked about. So that will be the further analysis, and we'll be doing other analysis. We'll be looking at organisation models next year as well, i.e. what does the organisation for the preferred options look like, both for Three Waters, but also for what's left. We'll need to prepare a consultation document by the end of March, go through consultation April, May, and then update the Water Service Delivery Plan June, July, August, all the way up till the 30th of August. So that's our kind of current plan. We'll get some information through on Bill 3 on the legislation later this year, and you'll make a call in January about submissions to that. But yeah, so that's a kind of rough plan between now and September.
Thank you, Ian. Do you, just as a curiosity, do you happen to know how much was spent talking about water for the last 3 years?
It'll be a lot. I think across each council, it'll be a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Yep.
Can I just check, was there, you did say that there was, that you were going to look at if there was an external group who might want to invest or was open to invest. Did you say
so I've got an action just to reach out to Trust Horizon.
Okay.
So, and I'll follow up with them direct, just to see if that is a viable option or not. It'll be, yeah.
Okay. Is there any possibility, just in case, that could be a generic whoever?
Sure.
I mean, just so we know what that scenario could bring. I mean, if it's Trust Horizon or if it was somebody else.
We can maybe just talk offline if there's others.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm just...
No, well, I'm just cognizant of the time, like we're way behind. So should we, we'll do the next lot. So that's Emlyn and Frank on community partnerships. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Bevan.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Bevan.
Shall we break for lunch? Because it's going to take me an hour and a half.
No. 3/4 of an hour.
Oh, it won't be that long.
It won't be that long because Frank's a fast talker. Smooth talker. We'll get the smooth talker, and Karen, you must be the fast talker.
But always the staff that slow us down there, though, Victor.
No, it's Andrew. He said he wasn't going to ask any questions. Thank you, guys. Bombs away.
Thank you. We've got a little PowerPoint when you're ready.
There is no PowerPoint.
But I'll just start anyway. Thank you so much. I just thought it was timely to just have a little catch up and just let you know what we've been up to in recent times. So appreciate the time and such a busy schedule. So we'll just crack on and I'm sure we'll catch up. So we've got most of the team here today who I think you'll know. But just a reminder that Anel Prince, who's on an internship with us, that's Anel, in case you haven't met Anel yet. That was through an MSD project we got some funding for a while back, so she's been working with the team on a number of projects. And Vicky may be joining us online.
Vicky as in Richards.
Vicky Richards, yes. The next slide was just telling you what we're going to be going through in the presentation, and that's all right, we'll catch up.
We'll get there when it works.
We've got it on Stella.
Yeah.
We've all got it in front of us.
So on the slide around the wellbeing project, that's just a reminder that a couple of years ago we went out to the social sector and asked them what priority areas might benefit from collaborative action. And those were the priority areas that they suggested to us. And we do use this wellbeing project as a bit of a guide. Doesn't guide every piece of work we do, but it's definitely a key part of how we operate. In terms of the way we operate, we tend to act quite often as enablers rather than deliverers. So we're looking for opportunities to work with the community, and we kind of asked ourselves what would need to change for our communities to be thriving, and that if we see gaps, we try to fill those gaps. But of course, we do deliver a number of things. And if you think of the road safety program, obviously, the youth council, the community funding portfolio. So there's a bit of a mixture of how we work. And we try to be really practical in the way that we go about our business. So if we look at the next slide was some examples related to the community wellbeing project. And if you look through under that community connection area, thank you so much. We've got the community plans, the Whakatane Accessible and Inclusion MOU, the DEI policy, which is a slide coming up. Under community safety, the Eastern Bay road safety activities, the CCTV project where we helped with some of the engagement. Food security, there's research underway to map our local food security landscape, so that'll be interesting to see. We know there's been some changes at central government level, and there's, I guess, some changes happening locally. We just want to find out what's actually happening. So that work is underway at the moment, and we'll surely bring you some results at some stage. The funding area, the community funding policy, which was, well, recently-ish updated. The grants funding portfolio, we've got some funds open at the moment, and there's some workshops that we run and other things that we do. Homelessness, request for service response, etc. The rangatahi area, the youth council, engagement opportunities, youth scholarships. The youth scholarships is something we're investigating. We think it could be a good idea. We've done some background kind of work internally, and again, when we start to make some decisions, we'll have a chat with you. The sector capacity and capability and connection, the SSN, sorry for the abbreviations there, Social Sector Networking Group, which meets regularly. There's a meeting tomorrow. We've got a face-to-face meeting tomorrow, and we've done some good governance training.
Can I just add something?
Please do, Karen. Put your microphone on there. Thank you.
Kia ora, everyone. Just on that social sector network, we've also started some online lunchtime hui every 2 months, which is really great. We've just been getting some national speakers or regional speakers from the sector to do a bit of a presentation, and then it's a pretty simple format. They pop out into some breakout rooms and just have a chat amongst themselves, come back and report, and it's all over in an hour. Elected members are welcome to come onto those calls, so if you want invites sent to you, just give me an email. I'm happy to do that.
The intergenerational transferred trauma, it's not something that we would lead, but the social sector network are planning a workshop, and we'll support that if we can. The next slide in your pack was just a photo from one of our very early social sector networking events. We now tend to hold them here, but that's just collaboration in action, I guess. The next slide is Karen's, and it's going back a couple of years, but we just thought it was really interesting to kind of recap that it's not just our team that does community development, the whole of council does community development. So if Karen just takes us through that quickly.
Yep, so on that slide, I think it lists around 20 activities that is commonly seen as community development type activities. And the graph shows the number of teams that were saw themselves contributing to that action. And it just really does give a really broad idea that community development is across the organisation. It's something that we do on a daily basis.
Food security hardly registered.
Yes, well, and that was done prior to the Community Wellbeing Project, and since the project has come on board and activated, food security came late as a priority onto that one. And now, I mean, I guess from internally, we don't do much apart from our community gardens. Now I think there's more community gardens. The community plans are starting to mention food security a lot more. The social sector network deals with the food security itself rather than the council. So, apart from us providing land for community gardens and things like that.
So Karen, these are groups of 20-something groups of people for some of those barns?
No, they were activities. So they're typical
okay.
community development activities that a community development team would consider as part of their role. But the council the teams across the council all get involved with education and training or whatever the placemaking or whatever it is.
So Karen visited, I think it was about 32 teams throughout council and just said, what do you guys do? And kind of just categorised it.
Okay.
And this is what it popped up at that time, about 2 years ago. And we might refresh it because there might be some new things that popped up. But it was just really interesting to show there's a lot going on, even if it's not obvious all the time.
So you mean like, say your transport people might say they're involved with community connection or something like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and the classic we see on a weekly basis is the homelessness, because that's the regulatory. Sometimes it's parking, people on the ground. There's the Ian Maloney and the Parks team. There's Frank's team, and probably 2 or 3 others as well.
Yeah, okay.
Open Spaces team, create a new community playground. Surely that's community development,
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff. So onto the community planning page was just a summary of some of the plans in various states of progress. And I don't think Vicky's been able to join us, but that's all right. There's anywhere from Edgecombe who are just about to undertake their second review, so their second lot of a 3-year plan term, through to other communities who are in those early discussion phases. Our team, especially Vicky, really just supports those communities to achieve pulling together their aspirations and putting it into a plan, and then hopefully delivering upon those. It's a really interesting part of what the team does. Moving over to Karen. Yeah. Oh, yes. You remember that one, Quinton? Yes, that was at one of our previous updates. Legendary photo.
The diversity, equity and inclusion policy, you've just seen that recently, the draft, thank you. The draft has come to you, it's ready to go out for consultation 4th of November and will carry through till the 5th of December with the Living Together Committee. What we're doing is we're not inviting people to speak to their submissions as such, but providing an alternative to a written submission on the 5th, where anyone who would prefer to submit in verbally, that would be their opportunity to, it's just within the consultation period. So, the material's looking really good. We're really excited about it. The comms team's doing a great job.
In terms of road safety, another piece of work that we get involved with. I guess the thing to note is, and I think you've got a session, is it after lunch on transportation?
Yeah.
The budget has been trimmed, shall we say, for the next 3 years, but we do have a confirmed budget for the next 3 years, and we will continue to deliver in that road safety space. We've just revised the program. We'll just have to work a bit different, a bit smarter, and some of the decisions made just are kind of changing the way things happen. So in terms of local advertising, there probably won't be any of that, well, there won't be any of that through what we do, but there'll be national campaigns that come through and we'll support those. And we've just revised looking at the priority areas, we're going to concentrate on young drivers, restraints and motorcycles. Doesn't mean we won't be doing the other work that we do, but those are the areas we'll prioritise as much as possible. Yes.
Do you work with the Ride Forever people? Because you work with them? Yeah. Cool. Great, yeah. Because that's a great service.
Okay, moving on. Homelessness and rough sleeping. So I won't go into that because we've got a session later on today. But no surprises, it's still there and we've got a lot to talk about. The Youth Council has been really good this year and we've got even bigger plans for next year actually. So currently approximately 20 Youth Council members. We've got that connection with Youth Space Murupara. You know, one of the key work-ons for next year is to widen the representation on that group. So we'll definitely work on that. We've got a Youth Council rep on the Whakatane Hopi Community Board, and we'll just see how that works. And who knows, there might be others that join other boards over time. We had the reps at the Festival for the Future event. You'll recall the Meet the Councillors event. We're working on a civics education, so we have been doing elements of that, but we think we can do a lot better. Might do that in a different way next year, so that's underway. And Gemma's actually working on a new program, and we've met recently with Councillor Boynton to go through some of our thoughts for next year. So we think we've got a really interesting, exciting year ahead of us coming up. And as I mentioned, we hope that youth scholarships will be part of that process because I think it has some potential.
Yeah, great idea.
Community funding space, we've reviewed the portfolio. Just a reminder that our team took over that work maybe 2 years ago now, just coming up 2 years. So we reviewed what was happening. We've made some changes and we'll continue to, but that phase is essentially over. We've got with the LTP, we've got our confirmed program of funds that we manage. Mentioned we've got 3 funds open at the moment. The matching fund, which is a slight change, that was pretty much the annual grants previously, but we've changed it to a matching fund. That'll be the first part of next year. We'll roll that out. The trial of Smarty grants is progressing pretty well, and there'll be more training planned as we move forward.
What are Smarty grants?
Oh, that's just the system we now use. It's a system to manage the grants funding program. So it's basically everything's now online, and it just gives us more scope to be a bit smarter. Previously, it was mostly manual, and so that's been a nice little change. And really, that last slide was just some interesting thought on empowering communities and the power of doing things locally. And I'll probably just leave it at that, apart from any questions you may have. Sorry, I rattled through it.
You did really well, Frank. We're so
Told you.
impressed. But we know where you live,
Yes,
so if we
yes,
have any
I
questions,
thought
we'll
so.
come and find you. But are there any questions? Or if you think of any, we'll come and... Tony.
There's always get a frown now. I just wanted to mihi to the team for all their work and what they've done in all their different spaces, and in particular with the Youth Council as well. So just a mihi to Frank and Karen and Emmeline and their team. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you, guys.
See you after lunch, thank you.
So we're on time now. Just like that.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
I don't know how to thank you, Frank.
5 minutes still. That's 12:34, 5 minutes.
All right. So we break for half an hour back at...
Yeah, 1.
1.
Yeah.
working.
Okay. Oh,
There we go.
there it is. Okay, cool. Sorry. Yeah, so through the process we found, it's very loud now. We found if the recommended options is a similar direction to what the council want to take, there's not actually too many IPC decisions needed. Most of the preferred options can be implemented through the annual plan process, which makes it quite nice. So, without further ado, the agenda for today, like I've just sort of introduced, we'll go through an overview of what the different funding reductions were, what the options are, and discuss those options. And so just a summary, when I talk about the different activities, we've grouped them into these groups. So special purpose roads, our maintenance, renewal, and low-cost service. Our footpath, maintenance and renewal. Kepa Road, Rewatu Road, Underslip and Taniata Road resilience improvements, then all other roading improvement activities, including seal extensions, and then transport planning activities. And we've grouped them in those ways because they all sort of have a slightly different funding approach, and so it made logical sense as we work through it. Make more sense. The first few are quite simple and straightforward. We'll whip through them relatively quickly, but allowing time for discussion, but making sure that we provide enough time for the last two topics, which probably require a bit more work through. Cool. So, and it's a briefing workshop session, so do feel free to jump in with questions along the way. We wait till the end. So special purpose roads, as a summary, our bid was just over 7 million, but we've only had 5 million approved for maintenance renewals. For low cost, low risk, it was just over 2.8 million, and we've had 1.9 million approved, both of which was about 70% approved for what our bid included. The bid was based on maintenance and renewal costs from historic trends. So there is a bit of a unique situation at the moment in relation to the Nature's Road project that's been happening on quite a large portion of the special purpose, that the maintenance costs for that going forward are slightly unknown. So the fact that we've had a 70% cut may actually not create level of service reductions because of the new treatment that's been applied to long sections of that road, or it may not be enough, but it's something that we're just going to have to work through over these next 3 years. We've also got the conversations that we've been having with NZTA for a very long time now around what the future of the funding assistance rate is for special purpose roads, and we've made it clear in all our recent engagements with NZTA that we want to get those conversations happening again now, so that over the next 12 months we've got a clear direction on what the future is beyond 2027, so that we can make sure we can go into the LTP quite informed. So with all those things considered, I do think it's relatively low risk, the 70% reduction that we've seen here, and it's something that we can manage over the next 3 years. We've got abilities to move funding, NZTA funding within other 3-year periods, and alongside that having these conversations about what the future is and ownership. It's something we'll closely monitor and manage and keep the council well informed. So with all of that being said, there was kind of two simple options. Like I've said, manage with an approved budget, and that's got the pros that there's no additional cost to the ratepayer, and there's flexibility to manage the 3-year allocations whilst we progress conversations with the NZTA. But the downside to this option is there is a potential reduced level of service based on those historic trend costs. The other option is to rate fund the gap. So that would maintain existing levels of service, but it would come at a significant increased cost to the ratepayers, especially when you consider that special purpose roads are 100% NZTA funded, so rate funding that 30% gap is quite a significant cost. So our recommended option was to manage within existing budgets, and if that's the case, we can manage that process through updating forecasts in the annual plan process. So no specific decisions needed, but we're just keen to understand if that's the general consensus of the group or if there's different views.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Nature's Road, that wasn't in great nick the other day.
Did you not think? I thought it was
Oh.
good.
They were fixing
I
the
thought it was full of
potholes
potholes.
as we were going over it.
Yeah, but
Do we know how much it's cost so far?
Costing information is still being worked out. We're sort of, because it's not our direct project, we're just sort of keeping in the loop through our relationship with Tūhoe and NZTA. I can mention on that I've been working with Tūhoe around some of the initial pothole remediation work that they're planning to do. Some of it's been trialled, they've got a good process in place now, and we're just working with them about getting that set up. So that should happen in the very near future. Cool. All right. We'll jump over to footpaths. So footpaths had a total bid of just over 3 million, and we've only had just over 1 million approved, so only about 36% of what the bid amount was. And again, the bid was based on recent historic trend information for costs maintaining those levels of service. So quite a significant decrease in budget, just over $2 million less than what we'd planned in the LTP. And in terms of local share, because we still need to put local share towards the million that has been approved, the local share that's now surplus is just over 400,000. And I've broken that down into each year and OPEX and CAPEX just for information. So there have been significant reduced levels of service in footpaths in the previous 6 years prior to 2018 when the funding assistance for footpaths was brought in. So what we'll see through this is probably reverting back to a similar levels of service where it's going to be quite reactive and not so much planned renewal maintenance. The footpath activity has only just sort of been catching up on that large backlog of work over the decades due to all the underinvestment when it wasn't a subsidised activity. But it is fairly well caught up in terms of our footpath condition at the moment is relatively stable. But to note, it is a highly scrutinised activity within the public. Footpaths are a basic transport necessity for some of our transport users. And poor condition can result in major trips and falls, especially for elderly and children. And another thing to consider is, though, that footpaths are generally relatively slow at deteriorating. And so taking a pause for this 3-year period is probably a low-risk approach while we wait to see what the next round of funding looks like. We do have contracted works already underway, which commenced last financial year, and it's just sort of finishing off the tail end. So the plan is to still undertake all of those planned works, but thereafter the budget allocation would only really support reactive maintenance and high-risk issues. So
Is that 440 surplus to the approved allocation, has that been kept for reactive work?
So that's what I'm just going to go over some of the options of what we could do here. So on that basis, the 440,000 is now surplus to the approved subsidised budget. We've broken it down into what it looks like over the various years, bearing in mind that the year 1 figures have already been rated for, but year 2 and 3 can be changed through the annual plan process. What the options are that we are suggesting.
Can I just ask how much we're paying for a metre of footpath?
Oh, I don't actually have the figure off the top of my head. I think it's around 100.
It's about 100, a little bit over 120 square metre.
120 a square metre. It has gone up. Concrete prices have gone up by nearly 100% in the last couple of years with escalation. And then on top of that, labour and those sorts of costs. So we have seen over the last probably 2 to 3 years quite a significant cost increase in concrete work, which was allowed for in our bid LTP budgets, but it does make it tricky now with such a major reduction. So the 3 sort of options that we proposed that could be considered is managing the work within that funding allocation, but plus the 1-year local share that's already been rated. And the benefits of that is it retains that year 1 local share that's already been rated for, and that allows us to complete those contracted works that sort of ties off that planned renewal work from our last lot of condition rating surveys. But it also will reduce the year 2 and 3 rates. The cons are there is a risk of significantly reduced level of service. But again, if we think about it as a pause for these couple of years, that risk is manageable. The other option is to utilise all of the surplus local share, so that 440 we keep rating as we had planned in the LTP, and so we spend our allocated subsidy amount and then spend a little bit more to help get us partway towards what that maintained level of service would have been, and there'd be no additional rating impact from the LTP, but it would still have a reduced level of service from what we'd seen previously. The other third option is to rate fund the gap. So the benefit of that is we'd be able to maintain the existing levels of service that we've seen, but it would come at a significant increased cost to the ratepayer, about 1.6 million. And so we did try to get some quantitative figures of what those rating impacts would be, but we just couldn't get that detailed financial information in time, so we've just kind of used coloured smiley faces to indicate whether it's a positive or negative or neutral rates impact. So that's what that column refers to. So our recommended option is to manage within the allocation for these next 3 years and utilising the year 1 local share. So again, we're just keen to understand if there's general consensus from the group.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yep, looks like you got it.
Cool, awesome. Okay, and so again, there'll be no IPC decisions needed. We'll just manage that through our forecast for year 1 and then update through the annual plan process. So the next one is Kepa Road. And so for Kepa Road, we have just over 1.1 million approved for design and property, and that was because that was approved in the last NLTP period and it's carried over. So with that, there's just under 400,000 of local share. The physical works, however, has not been approved in the LTP, in the NLTP period, so there will not be any NZTA funding put towards construction in the 24-27 period. And to put it in context, it sits in the not approved category. There's also a probable category and then an approved category, and the general feedback from NZTA is even projects that sit in the probable category are actually unlikely to get funding. So the fact that we're in the unfunded category, there's no hope of getting that construction funding in the next 3-year period. So the construction costs were estimated around 4.8 million. Of that, originally the local share was 1.7 million, but if we were to rate fund that difference, it would be an additional 3.1 million of local share needed. Yes?
Thanks, Ian. Hi. Hokowhatu Marae, so is this still not resolved, but we're talking about Kepa Road. What needs to be resolved there?
So the original plans, or the recommended option that that came out of the business case process, involved some land purchase from Te Hokowhatu Marae as well as Lysart, and there's a whānau block adjacent to the marae. And so that's what part of that property purchase and design money that's approved for, but we haven't yet got to an agreement with Te Hokowhatu Marae around that property purchase and any of the other property owners yet. It's just been a bit of a slow-moving project.
And there's uncertainty over the boat harbour, so
yeah,
you could probably press hold on the whole lot.
Yeah, so that's...
Third option.
Yeah. So if I show you basically our 2 proposed options, 3 proposed options, we could proceed with the design and property. We've already got that funding approved. It does provide some additional work for design and planning suppliers who are in quite short supply of work at the moment with these funding cuts. It would get the project shovel ready, and it may attract that funding for construction later down the track. And there's also an opportunity to address some of the issues at the marae. But the cons are the construction may not align with the boat harbour timeframes from a rating point of view. That design and property is already included in the LTP, so it would just have a neutral impact. Another option is to proceed with the whole hog, so design and property, which we've got subsidy for, but then construction at an unsubsidised manner, so that would be rate funding that additional 3.1 million. Obviously that has quite a significant additional cost to the council and the ratepayers. And the other option, which is our recommended one, is just to pause this project, allow some more certainty for the boat harbour development. At the moment, even if we progress the design without that certainty around the boat harbour, we could end up producing a design that doesn't align with what's needed. So yeah, we think pausing is a really good option.
I agree. Just the question is, so what will then happen to the 1.1 million that has been approved for the design and property? Do they hold that in case we do proceed, or do we just lose it?
So for now, it's approved and it will remain approved until 2027. We'd hold it until we knew what the direction was on that project, and then we could make a decision. So yeah,
they do physically give us that 1.1.
Yeah, it's still approved. There's no talk at this stage of taking it back, but they have certainly said if we don't need it, they'd love to know, because you know that's pretty straight for cash and want to allocate it elsewhere. But there's no pressure to release it until we know exactly what the future holds for the project.
Was the Kepa Road development that was submitted only if the boat harbour was going to proceed? Because the footpath or the shared pathway, it's really poor, and it was poorly remediated the last time. I don't know who was overseeing the contractor that did it. Can't we at least do something interimly to kind of get that sorted?
So the Kepa Road project, as all the 3 stages, was the full upgrade of the road, and that includes the shared path and footpath for part of the road as well. It was only stage 1 that was included in this 24 to 27 period, but we were hoping to include in that the full length of the shared use path. But now that we don't have the funding at this stage, that construction, like I say, is up in the air. In terms of timing, the Kepa Road upgrade project is needed in general. When we went through the business case, there's a lot of development happening out at Coastlands and more planned that is driving the need for this, as well as the boat harbour. But in terms of timing, the timing sensitivity is more to do with the boat harbour project. As a improvement project, it could be delayed till later years, but the importance is making sure that there is alignment between this project and the boat harbour.
And if the boat harbour doesn't proceed, is there still funding to be able to fix that shared pathway?
No, the funding that's approved can only go towards design and property purchase. That purpose, we could have some discussions with NZTA and see if we could redirect it. But it would be quite tricky, and especially with the current government, footpaths and cycle paths is a very low priority for them. So
it's a real shame to hear, because we've actually been holding these people, the coastline community, off at bay for like about 5 years now.
Yeah, I've been complaining about it for 3 years and offered to fill the potholes myself. If somebody gave me a bucket of tar seal.
Yeah, it was in the previous LTP period before the Boat Harbour project came along, and it is difficult and unfortunate that the shared use path is tied in with this. Like we talked about with the footpath maintenance and renewals, we can still do reactive and urgent repairs. So with this being on hold, we can make sure that that's had a good look over and see what reactive maintenance we can do, but it won't be wholesale improvements at this stage.
If you would like, could include a line to discuss or consider this through the annual plan process, the footpath shed cycle. There's probably not enough budget in your full district-wide footpath and cycle trail maintenance, but that one could be a specific project we look at through the annual plan process.
That'd be good.
So even just to plug a few potholes, it would be good, because that can't take much to do.
Yeah.
That's what we've done in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
What's that
There's
stage is
Anyway.
that now?
ambulance.
Yeah.
would you like,
So is the general consensus that we pause this project, and once we've got further indication on the boat harbour, we'll come back to
Quite agree.
what that next decision is.
like you got your
Yeah.
thumbs up?
Awesome. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, just one thing to consider as well. Because we have within the LTP budgeted for Kipper Road, it's a significant chunk of local share that is available. So if we decide to pause, there's also the option of using that local share that's already budgeted for the upgrade of that path, and we could actually proceed with that without subsidy. And that wouldn't impact rates. You'd probably still have a rate decrease because you'd be able to, probably about half of that would be able to go back.
I think it's important because it's the only non-vehicle connection between what is quite a big suburb. I mean, there was 500 houses out of coastlands these days, and the main township. So I think it's
Very highly
Yeah.
used.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, we'll definitely evaluate that through the annual plan process, and hopefully by then we've got a bit more information around the boat harbour timing that we can factor into that decision. Cool. This one is more just for FYI. So you would have seen the recent new announcement for Crown Resilience funding with approvals for two of our projects. Well, Taniata is split into two, but yeah, two projects. So some quite major resilience improvements along Taniata Road and the Rewatu Road. And also it came at an increased funding assistance rate of 83% instead of 65%. So through that process, we end up with another local share surplus of just over 700,000, which is pretty exciting.
But when they give you this extra assistance, how does that work? They just decided.
I don't know. Does my head in a little. Yeah, exactly.
We'll
Great
take
green
it.
smiley
We'll take
face anyway.
Yeah, we don't want to complain. So it's, it's good news.
And that's been a work in progress for a long time, hasn't it, Annie? Trying to get that funding for Taniata Road resilience.
Yeah. So it'll be awesome to see this work. In that recent event we had a couple of weeks ago, Taniata Road just got hammered again. We've kind of got two distinct problems along there. The front end, it's like a detention issue. There's just so much water and sludge and stuff that comes down, blocks all the culverts and covers the road. And then further along by Red Devon, when the river level gets up, it blocks the road and cuts access. So yeah, getting this work done over the next few years will have so many benefits for the community, and also providing some work for our supplier market who are going to be most affected by these funding cuts.
Excellent.
Cool. So we've whipped through that pretty quickly, which is great. So now we've got basically all the other road improvements, which is basically all of our low-cost, low-risk projects and also seal extensions. So this doesn't include transport planning, like the business case work. We'll talk about them separately next. But this is basically all the other road improvements. And so they all made it into this LTP period because they were of a high priority. But what we wanted to do was overlay like a criticality lens to it to help us review what projects we think could quite comfortably be deferred and what we should do with others. So I can just kind of run through each one and what each staff recommendation is, and if there's any comments, keen to hear them. And then the next slide, we sort of go through some of the funding details related to those recommendations.
50 max is the big logging trucks. What does HPMV stand for?
So 50 max, sorry, they're not great titles. So all vehicles can travel on roads at 50 tonne if they get the required permits. And so we went through a program a few years ago where local authorities had to check that all their bridges could carry 50 tonne, and they had to signpost and identify them if they didn't. And so we went through a program over the last couple of years. We upgraded the Rangataiki River Bridge and Galatea Road, Kopariki Bridge, and one on Te Whaiti Road as well. So Whirinaki is our last remaining restricted bridge that can't carry 50 tonne, other than there's about 2 or 3 in the Waimana area, one on Kirkbride, one up Marahi Valley, and I think another one up Marahi Valley potentially. But those bridges would never have the need, well, for the foreseeable future, wouldn't have the need to carry those 50 tonnes. So they can quite comfortably just stay signposted restricted bridges. Whereas this one in Whirinaki, we all know Galatea's got a lot of farming, dairy, forestry, a lot of heavy freight movements, so there would be benefit to those movements by upgrading this bridge. We've had earlier conversations with Fonterra about it and things like that. And HPMV is high productivity motor vehicles. It's another level of weight load from trucks, and it's another type of permit that you've got to get. And that's the reverse. So all state highways are HPMV permitted unless they're designated not, but all council local roads are not HPMV unless we designate them HPMV. And so we have maps and lists and things available of our HPMV approved routes. So this would, strengthen that to be able to carry HPMV as well as 50 tonne. Cool. So running through the criticality, and we've kind of grouped them and colour-coded them to try and help make it easier to distinguish. So we had Thornton Road safety improvements. That was some widening in the vicinity of R&B and the properties in that area. We've assessed the criticality of that to be relatively low and recommended that it be deferred. I'm not sure if you want to make any comments as I go through each one, or whether you want me to run through them and we can comment after. Jump in if you've got comments. Henimoa Street had a shared use path planned from James to Landing Road that was linking up the shared use paths in that area. Tui Street had a safer routes upgrade planned. Gorge Road, related to the previous speed management plans, was around reallocating road space to help with the safety issues there. And Ahopi Road had a similar stage 1 reallocation of road space and roadside barriers, and Henderson Street had a shared use path. So all of those are basically safety and walking and cycling projects, which through the current government policy statement are a pretty low priority and not receiving a lot of funding. We've also done quite a lot of investment in safety and walking and cycling over the last few years. So again, when we think about improvements, it's probably, it's relatively safe risk to defer some of those projects. Any particular ones that people wouldn't like to see deferred, or is people generally comfortable with that recommendation?
Can you explain Goulston Road?
Goulston Road.
Safe crossing. Hopefully no more of these concrete.
No. I'll jump to those ones then, the ones that we're suggesting de-scope and deliver. So Goulston Road, safe crossing, we've had a lot of requests from the Whakatane High School. They've got campuses on both sides of the road and frequently have kids crossing right throughout the day rather than just start and finish times. So they'd requested a pedestrian crossing be installed there. The original project was about 150,000 from memory. It'll show it on the next slide, which included a raised pedestrian crossing, not from concrete, made out of asphalt, and all the bells and whistles that go with that. With the reduction in funding, that whole project isn't essential to deliver at this point in time, but we're quite comfortable that we could deliver a de-scoped version using an asphaltic raised platform without all the bells and whistles to get something in place now, utilising the local share that would have been used for the full project, and then at a later date that could be expanded on to provide what was originally planned there.
Can't we just use some of those, yellow blobs, judder bars to slow people down? Wouldn't that? That would cost hardly anything.
Yeah, we've actually found recently, over the last few years, we've been trialling a few different temporary speed humps, but they're actually quite damaging to the road pavement underneath. They're good, they really are temporary, and they're good for short periods of time, but we're finding when they've been in place for long periods, especially if the pavement underneath has some issues, they're just wrecking the pavement and not providing much of a life. So that is another option, especially when we think about the whole pausing at this period. Maybe we put in a temporary hump there for a couple of years until we get a better idea of what the funding future has. Happy to take feedback on that.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's a really busy road. I mean, maybe not before 7 or after 6, but any time during the day, and the cars are just parked back to back.
Yeah.
Trying to walk in between cars is pretty dodgy. Then you've got cyclists, car doors been opened. I would support putting something in temporary.
Just while we're talking about crossings, the red crossing between, what road do you live on? McGarvey and Russell Street on Domain Road.
Oh, yes.
The number of near misses I've seen on there, because it's not a zebra crossing, but sometimes if a car stops on the other side and someone starts walking across, but you don't see them coming the other way. I've seen lots of near misses with cars, with pedestrians, cyclists. Can we not just paint some stripes across there to make it?
It would be great if it was that simple, but the regulations around pedestrian crossing requirements have gone up quite steeply in the last few years, so they must be street lit for crossings unless you can demonstrate that there will be no crossing outside of daylight hours, which for a crossing like in that position would be unlikely. So that adds quite a significant cost, especially depending where your closest power sources and things like that. Also, they have to have speed calming devices as part of it, which is usually either a raised platform crossing or speed humps leading up to it. So they're no longer something that can simply be painted on the road.
He's thinking about the old Ministry of Works.
The good old days.
Nothing simple now, huh?
Yeah, we
offer to paint the road.
Yeah, we do. We have actually recently undertaken a review of our crossings based on this new guidelines and things that have come in place. So as usual, when new guidelines come in place, existing infrastructure has existing use rights, so we don't have to race out and address all of our crossings that don't meet the new standards, but we just need to kind of evaluate, prioritise and plan for that. So we had hoped if we had got the funding under some of our speed management delivery and things like that, we would have been able to address some of those issues, but we're just going to have to reconsider how we do that. So we'll do a more specific report on that once we've got our head around those findings and prioritisation in time.
Manawahe and Matahi Road, seal widening, there's been a bit of that done already. How much have we already done?
There's been edge break repairs. So the work that's been done to date has just been maintenance of the seal width that was getting eroded away. This program was to actually go in and cut some banks and do some widening to give the road. So part of the issue there, you've got heavy trucks moving along the road. So both from a narrow road point of view, there's safety issues, but also from a pavement stability point of view, without that shoulder strength, the pavement gets undermined a lot quicker. So providing that widening has multiple benefits. So for that one, we think that there's it meets some of the requirements for PGF funding. It's a relatively shovel-ready, easy-to-implement project. There's a lot of freight connection benefits and, workforce providing supplier work. So the plan is we're working with the economic development team here at council to see how best we go about including an application for funding for that. And we also are recommending that we hold on to that local share for now while we await that 100 million low cost, low risk funding that's still to be allocated, and that the information on that's expected in early 2025.
That 100 million has to go quite a long way.
Yes, it's 100 million over 3 years, over 67 councils. So it's not a heck of a lot of money, but it's still something.
So that Matahi Road, is that join up the widening that Logarud District Council?
When we were scoping out, so it was a program of work that we were going to deliver sort of over the next 10 years, and this was the 3-year block. And when we were scoping it out, we sort of looked at, are there particular sections along the route that we need to target first, or do we start at one end and work our way? And the end of Matahi Road is probably like the most priority, and it makes sense to start at that end. So that was most likely where the work was going to start, and then over the next 3 and 10 years.
And then the Manawahe part of that?
Pardon?
The Manawahe part of that?
They would be throughout the delivery of that program, but it would just be a progressive thing. The original program amount, I'm not sure if it says it in there. Yeah, we originally had 500,000 to deliver over the 3 years, and then that we've also included in the LTP beyond 3 years. So it was going to be a program that was delivered over time. So eventually it would also include Manawahe Road. It would just be prioritised along that length.
Just an additional to that one. So it's got, you talk about Manawahe Road going up to where it meets Matahi Road. What about Manawahe Road, the metal road that goes around? Is there any work on that?
There wasn't in the first 3 years at least, because that was less of a priority to that main route. So yeah, if we got the funding and retained the program over the next 10 years, we'd probably see some work start to happen there, but it's just something we'd start across that route and prioritise its delivery. So just carrying on through the list. So yeah, that one we recommend question?
Oh no!
You had your
If you're carrying on through the list, it was just asking about the speed management delivery and just to explain that.
Cool. I'll just jump. I'll carry on with this category, and we'll work through the list. But I'll definitely cover speed management. So included in this bracket of let's retain the local share while we wait the low cost, low risk funding decision, we've also included our detour VMS advanced warning signs project and the Whirinaki Bridge strengthening project. And the reason we're saying to just pause and hold that local share is because those, as well as Manawahe and Matahi, they all relate to like resilience improvements and freight delivery connections, all the things that strongly align with the GPS. They're more likely to attract some of that 100 million funding. So we're saying let's hold that local share until we know what's happening with that allocation, and then we'll come back to you once we've got that information to decide if they don't get that funding, whether you still want to proceed or not. Any disagreements with those recommendations that we've covered so far? No? Cool. So we've covered Goulston Safe Crossing. So I've taken on board that note to consider a temporary crossing instead of an AC. So we'll just look at that as part of an options, and we can bring that back to IPC to just make an options decision. So speed management delivery, originally that had an annual amount over the next 10 years to deliver speed management. There's been a lot of change in that space over the last little while. So we're recommending here that we de-scope and still deliver something, and I'll show you the figures on the next page. Part of that is in relation to the new speed rules that have come out, have some finite requirements that councils must deliver. It's a bit of an interesting conundrum because all the funding's been cut, but then there's requirements to do things. So we're still trying to get our head around that and, you know, what the general consensus is nationwide, but we think it's important to still leave some funding in this next 3-year block to just make sure that we can meet any legislative requirements that are put upon us. And in relation to speed management, we also have a planned future council briefing session to just go through where speed management is now at and what things we need to be doing next. So we'll cover that in due course. And so seal extensions, we've put there's basically the option that you could de-scope the original amount that was included in the LTP. You could defer the whole program until the next 3-year period, or you could continue to deliver the full amount per the LTP. We didn't really feel it was our place to recommend which one of those options. We were keen to get an idea of what the council's preference was, and if there's a lot of debate or discussion on it, we can park it for now and come back to it in a separate detailed seal extension session, because we talked about doing that anyway. So if we decide we do want to retain it in some shape or form, we'll come back to you to run through the list and the prioritisation and all that sort of thing.
From my point of view, I think you need to continue with it. If there is that much extra traffic going up Withy Road at the moment, around those bends, if we don't do something, they assume we're going to kill someone. The amount of, like, there's 2 big subdivisions going up there, plus the increase of traffic to Iramoko Marae. We have to do some of the stuff, eh?
But again, with regards Withy Road and the potential subdivision, I mean, you're going to get development contributions that come in from that, so that would be funded towards that sealing of that road, right?
Yes, that's
So
possible.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Whereas seal extension is over existing metal roads now, and again, I'd like to see us bring that conversation back so that we do have a.
Yep.
And I'm getting the nod from all around the table, so.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Okay, cool. So there's general consensus to keep it in some shape or form. We'll come back and do a detailed session on what that includes.
Yes, please.
And we've fought for so long to get it back
Yeah.
into the LTP, so.
Exactly.
Well, I'll make a counterpoint, is that I think, I'm not sure that a general program of sealing extensions at this time, given the constraints that we're under, and we're trying to trim money wherever we can. I mean, I think addressing sealing where there's a development going in where it's kind of a critical function for the development, I think that's a different thing. But just as a general program of having seal extensions, I don't know that I support it as a general program at this time.
Yeah, but let's have that discussion.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's a level of service that some ratepayers have already got. That why should others be deprived of it? So
I think having discussions is good, but I just didn't want it to be taken that there's
well,
agreement
it
that we're going to continue it. I think what it is that we need a bigger
There's
discussion.
further
around it.
discussion.
You're progressing quite fast. You're not going to need 2 hours, are you?
No, I'm thinking we may finish early, which I'm quite happy with.
Depends on the discussion.
Well, we can carry on talking about seal extensions.
No,
Been delayed for long enough.
all right.
No, I'm just wondering because there's still,
And
there's still a few items,
now
so
I'm
we're
hearing
getting.
about
Yeah,
That's good,
yeah, we're doing well for time. We're certainly not running behind. But yeah, I think the seal extensions, there's a big conversation to have around that.
Yes, please.
We've already got it penciled in the November briefing. What month are we now? Yeah,
Will that
the November
include-
briefing
Will that
session.
include some of those speeds we talked about, like going past Blueberry Corner
The
and
speeds.
the Withy
Yes.
Road one and
Yeah.
things like that?
Yeah, so we currently have penciled on the November briefing session an item to talk about speed management and an item to talk about seal extensions. So, yeah, speed management, it's deciding, it's going to provide you an update of what the latest rules are, and then some recommendations around certain speed limits that would benefit being changed for various reasons. Some of them like recent subdivisions and things like that. So we'll go through those, and then, yeah, we'll also have a session on seal extensions. We can start to determine what the level of program investment is and what the prioritisation is. So we'll leave those 2 detailed topics to the next session.
Thank you, Annie.
Cool. The last 2 are Ottawa Bridge roundabout, we spoke about a bit at the last IPC meeting. So it's just a note here that basically we'll review the options and bring that to a future IPC decision. We just didn't get time between the last session and preparing for this briefing to do that full options analysis. We're going to try really hard to get it for the November IPC, but if not, it'll definitely be ready for February IPC, and timing wise that will still be fine. So that's where, like we spoke about, we'll sort of say this is the cost and breakdown for the original program. This is some options to still achieve some benefit and cut costs, and this is the cost associated of not doing anything. So we'll provide that information to a future IPC, and a decision can be made then. So for this point in time, we're just saying let's hold that local share until that decision's made. And then the last one is, it's an annual program we have that's called Improvements Associated with Renewals. And that is basically where we're doing either a rehab or a reseal or some major renewal investment, and there's a minor improvement needed, like upsizing a culvert or installing a new culvert, a little bit of shoulder widening or something like that. And we believe that that's got quite high criticality because you're already making that significant renewal investment, that missing that opportunity to do that minor improvement, can have detrimental effects down the track. So this activity also has a high chance of being selected for that 100 million low cost, low risk yet to be determined. But we also recommend for this one, even if we miss out on that funding, that we still fund the full it's $200,000 a year. So we already had local share of 60 odd thousand a year. We're suggesting if we don't get the subsidy that we rate fund that difference. But again, if that's the consensus, we can do that through the annual plan process. And once we've got the information on that 100 million allocation, we'll come back as a follow-up to all of these ones that we're saying await that decision, and so we can confirm whether people want to fund that local share difference or not. Any comments on that? Okay,
makes sense.
Cool. So then this is basically showing the dollar value of those recommendations. So at a very high level, the LTP budgeted local share was about 6.5 million. If we retain the local share for all of those ones that we've said hold on to it on the basis that we get that extra subsidy, we'd require just over 5 million of local share. So we're looking at a proposed local share savings of just over 1.5 million over that LTP period. So we can make those adjustments through the annual plan. They can either be rediverted to other areas of council if need be, or used as a rates reduction, and that can all happen as part of that annual plan process. And then some of those ones where we're saying hold the local share, if we don't get that subsidy, we'll come back, as I say, for a further decision. You can determine if you still want to proceed with that project or if that local share is released as well. And included in that currently is the full just under 3 million for seal extensions. So depending on where that decision lands, that will have a bit of an impact on that proposed local share savings too.
Probably also important to note that this excludes the Kipper Road funding, local share funding, which is a really significant amount as well, which I think is around about 2 million in the current LTP for construction. So, just something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Is there any possibility of, so is that already done? We don't have to wait till we decide that or pass that or anything in a council meeting? In terms of those savings, I'm just thinking, that's something that our ratepayers and wider public, would be good to hear if the council has made some savings somewhere.
I think that's the intention of this process, workshop, get some direction and then come back to IPC. So a number of the points we've talked about won't need an IPC decision, some will, but I think the next stage will be a report to IPC which outlines the savings potentially we'll put through into the annual plan process.
Yeah.
Oh,
And so that's where the actual savings will come through, is through the
Okay.
annual plan process.
Great.
So it'll just be that difference from what was forecast in the LTP to what ends up in the annual plan. There's those potential savings available, and so that's where I say they can either be redistributed to other areas of council spend that may need them, or it can come off what was budgeted for rates in the LTP.
Great, thank you.
Right. Cool, all right.
Got a question from
Oh,
JP.
sorry, JP.
Thank you. Afternoon, everybody. I'd just like you to think about, before you start wanting to give money back and cut rates and stuff, and you might have talked about it this morning, but our biggest thing to think about in the coming time is our three water stuff, which is a huge amount of dollars. So please just think about that before we start giving stuff away. Thanks.
What's it all about?
Yep. Yep, definitely. And that's that comment around that money could be released to other areas of council through the annual plan process. So that's something that decision making in the annual plan process will work through. But good point to raise. Cool. So the last section is just our transport planning activities. What's happened there? So we had a number of business cases included in this 3-year period, which was based on a lot of growth and development works that were happening and wanting to get ahead for our next round of LTP and infrastructure strategy planning. So running through them, we've done a similar approach. So obviously they were all high priority because they made it into the LTP, but given the current environment, we've applied a bit of a criticality lens again and put our recommendation. So Pukarawa Namutu Road, Southern Freight Route, seal extension, we're suggesting that we also seek PGF funding for that. It's quite similar to how I described Manawahei Marahi. There's a lot of resilience benefits, freight connection benefits, workforce, producing work for the local economy and things like that. So we'll line that up for an application as best we can. If we don't get that PGF funding, we're suggesting that we defer that business case investment until the next LTP period and try and seek that subsidised funding then. It has been on the cards for a number of years now and never quite seems to make the cut. It was exciting that it made the cut into the program this time, but then it missed out on that funding. The Network Resilience Program business case was developing a program of work looking at all of our resilience deficiencies across the transport network. And so that was based on, we have quite a few identified resilience projects that we're either currently working through or they're sort of planned for early in the next 3-year period. But beyond that, we know we live in a high hazard area, but we don't have detailed information around what those resilience deficiencies are and what transport improvements would be needed to address them. So this program business case was originally to do that. Because we've still got a bit of a pipeline of work, we're suggesting that this could be deferred until the next period and would still be ahead of the curve. Plus, Jeff Farrell's team is working on some hazard identification and resilience planning work as well that we're highly involved in, and we'll just look at how we can leverage off that work to help inform a business, like program business case as well. The Mill Road, Shore Road intersection improvements, given the state highway safety improvements are no longer, physical works are no longer included in this 3-year period, it does, require that project to be rethought of, and so again, we're thinking that that's a project business case that should be deferred until we've got a bit more clarity on those associated works.
Julie was.
Sorry, okay. if I remember right, was that the one that we had the couple come and present us about, wasn't it?
Yes.
So if we do make the decision to defer, would we be able to directly contact them to give them an update?
Yep, yep. And their presentation was around not doing the work. So,
Exactly, yeah, they didn't want
They
to.
probably wouldn't be opposed to it being deferred.
No, but I just thought it might be good PR if we could
Yeah.
personally ring them and just
Yeah.
say, look, this is the update. Because, things like that can be really stressful for people.
Was that actually the same project, or was that they didn't want Shore Road brought into the opposite end of Mill Road? But this is also about improving the Mill Road State Highway 30 intersection, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I don't see that we need to contact them because this is actually referring more to the intersection rather than diverting Shore Road.
It'll be a good courtesy call to make. And as well, we had another representative from the Shore Road residents come and speak with us as well. So, if the consensus is that we defer this business case work, we'll work with our comms team to make sure that we inform those people that have been highly involved in that. And when we say it's about deferring, it's not about forgetting about it. It's just now is not the optimum time to progress there.
So can I clarify that? For the $111,452, we're not talking about bringing Shore Road to the opposite of Mill, no.
No.
We're just talking about doing a temporary roundabout.
No, this was for doing the business case for that future project, because the project costs more than $2 million to get the NZTA subsidy for construction. You need to do a business case.
If we're going to defer it, can we do some minor stuff there? Like, my understanding with the Mill Road bring on is that the pause area in the middle road can take up to 5 cars, and that actually stops a front car looking back to see what's coming from the back. Is there a way that we can shorten that pause area so you can only get 1 or 2 cars out there at a time, so it's easy for them to see what's coming and take off, or turn it into a merge system somehow? And I know cars whip down there really fast, but is there some way of making a real minor change there with a bit of paintbrush that will actually assist while we defer it?
So what we could do is hold on to the local share for now and work with the Wakakotahi State Highway team around what can be done given the funding constraints. Because the Mill Road State Highway intersection is a state highway, we can't directly do the work on there. That's where, when their original plans was to put a roundabout at Mill Road, we were looking at how we could potentially leverage off that work. But yeah, I think there's still issues at Mill Road and Shore Road that, given a long-term improvement is now even further down the track, let's look at what we can do in the interim to try and make it a little bit more improved. So we'll take that action.
The other problem you've got there is that the mill owners were looking at actually bringing their traffic all through the hub between Bunnings and Postie Plus, bring them in through there, which would actually make an absolute nightmare of that area around there. So I think I can see why you want to defer it, but I can also see that if we defer it too long, either more accidents, or it might encourage the mill owners to push through the centre there, which would actually be a nightmare for the traffic turning to Bunnings or the top side of the hub.
Yeah, so I think we'd still defer the business case, but I like the suggestion of let's look at how we can work with NZTA to do something there, and then we can come back about that and regarding whether some of our local share is used to help move that along.
This idea of the median barrier is gone, right?
It's not included for construction funding in this in the next 6 years. In the State Highway Investment Proposal.
So at the moment, the Mill Road roundabout is off the table.
Yeah.
But I agree with what Gavin's saying about, I mean, I thought I was going to get rear-ended the other day, and it was only the fact that the ute shot up the inside of on the grass.
Yeah.
That I didn't get rear-ended, which I would have rear-ended the car in front of us, which was the cause of the problem anyway. So,
Okay.
I'm a bit disappointed that they pulled the plug on that.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll take that on board, and I think that's something really important that we do follow up with NZTA about how we can work together to do something there.
Yeah.
I see Councillor Puller's got his hand up again.
Thanks, Annie. You just mentioned, and just following on from Gavin's, you mentioned about the wood mills and stuff, and perhaps your conversation should include them as well as Waka Kotahi, and maybe there's a bit of funding down that track.
Yep, no, taking that on board. And there had been some conversations about that when all of this was developing, and then, like I said, it looked like a roundabout was going to be installed there, which would help that intersection. But now that that's off the cards, let's look at what still can happen. And quite happy to work with the mill as well as NZTA on that.
When they take stuff off the table, they never give any clue as to why, do they?
Funding reallocations, but most
generic response.
Same as what we're being faced with. Most of the state highway improvement money's all gone into the roads of national significance.
Same excuse that we use, Victor.
Beg your pardon?
Same excuse that we use.
Well, I thought they could have done a bit better
And
than us.
so the next three business cases we've sort of grouped together. They've always kind of been grouped together because they're kind of a next stage after the spatial plan work. So there's the transport system program, which kind of like the network resilience. It's developing a program business case, but with a growth lens rather than a resilience lens. It also obviously ties in with that resilience work too. But that's looking at, based on the spatial planning, when looking across the transport system, what improvements are going to be needed over the next 10, 30 years to cater to that growth so that we can get ahead of the curve rather than be chasing our tail. The next one is transport modelling that helps support that analysis. And then the third one was the detailed business case for the additional river crossing over the Whakatane River. So we're suggesting, so originally those three business cases were included as it's laid out on that bottom table, just under $1 million across the three of them to do full detailed and programmed business cases and full modelling. What we're suggesting is we take some of the local share and still do a de-scoped version of that. It will probably involve doing more of the work sort of in-house, and we might not get to the stage of a full detailed business case, but there is improvements happening with the business case process as well, because everyone's kind of realising that it's costing so much and taking so long. So hopefully we can leverage off some of those improvements and actually get some really good outcomes based on a de-scoped version. So what we're proposing there is very little local share savings compared to what was in the long-term plan, basically continuing with that, but directing it into those three items.
When you say everyone's realising, do you mean NZTA and
it's one of the priorities that's come out of like the new GPS and direction from Minister Simeon Brown around the business case processes. Very long and costly, and often it takes so long to work through the process that by the time it's finished, the funding priorities have changed, and then the work's not actually progressing. And
quite a smart thing to do, actually.
So we'd still like to see that local share retained, and we'd still like to progress those projects, but they will just be in a slightly different manner than how we'd originally intended.
The river crossing business case, what's the scope of that? Because so I'd always assumed that out of the spatial planning and the transport systems would become obvious the case, or the case for an additional crossing, or, well, not necessarily additional crossing, but the argument about, for example, where that would be. I know around this council table there's different views about whether the priority would be to sort out Pekatahi, two-lane it and have a proper surface and all that, as opposed to another bridge out of town. So in terms of this work, what's the scope of that?
So the detailed business case was, as you've said, to take the findings from the transport system program and the modelling and look at where that criticality for the river crossing sits, and then start to develop based on the expectation that that would likely indicate an additional bridge, what the costings of that is, the design of it, and most importantly, the timing of when through that growth period it's likely to be needed, so that we can really inform the next round of LTP and infrastructure strategy. At the moment, we've kind of got a placeholder sitting in the infrastructure strategy in about year 23 or something, which is, you know, a bit of a guesstimated number and time frame. This is to really nail that down so that, you know, if and when it's required, it's going to be a massive investment. We want to have as much lead up into that as possible, so that it's not such a large funding burden on the local ratepayers.
Yeah, that's great.
So your understanding on Pikitahi at the moment is that it's going to be the seal is going to be
Resurfaced.
redone. Then there's a resurfacing. Then there's a 10-year plan. Is that the way it goes? Because that's in the ship process already, right?
Yes. So the latest conversations I've had with NZTA around that, so they've got their quarterly maintenance program, which basically looks at all the, you know, rebolting down the loose screws, and with that, the damage that it causes to the surfacing. They are looking into what they could do so that surfacing burden isn't such a quarterly maintenance issue. On top of that, as you've mentioned, there's a resurfacing improvement or redecking, one or the other, improvement in this 3-year period that they're currently working through options analysis for that, around costing and timing, but expected in the next 3 years. And then beyond that, the full bridge renewal is scheduled for about 2038, I believe. So still a 2037, around, late 2030s. And so leading into that, they'll go through a similar process around what that renewal looks like. Is it a like-for-like renewal or an improved renewal, and vice versa? So this business case would certainly look closely at those sorts of things, as well as the Whakatane Bridge. Thankfully as well, we've got some pretty good connections down with Ashburton District Council, who's recently just gone through the process of developing a detailed business case for a second bridge. So we've been working closely with them on how we can leverage some of that work that they've already done, so that we're not having to repeat those costs and things. Yeah. And they've got some really detailed design costings and things like that we can work with.
Isn't that slightly different, that they're replacing a bridge that got badly damaged in a storm?
No, this is an additional bridge. This is, an additional bridge. I think it is related to their bridge got wiped out in a storm, but this business case...
They had a massive slump
in
the bridge.
Yeah, but this business case that they've recently developed is for an additional river crossing. It's not exactly like for like ours, but it's a similar starting point that we can leverage off.
Plus also, Annie, ours will gain momentum once our spatial plan is more defined, definitive, eh?
Yeah.
As they say, you can put glitter on a turd, but it's still a turd.
Oh, indeed it is, Nando.
Language, please.
I just wanted to clarify. So with de-scoping, is that just how that it's being sort of phased along, not how much it costs? So we don't have any savings on 557,000 for a business case report?
Not at this stage. Oh, I think there's a small savings. Sorry, I didn't put the updated total. 400. So we're saying 440,000 compared to 560,000. So a slight savings.
Yeah.
But it's more around a different approach. So instead of just going through the standard, going out to consultants and getting them to kind of take the lead on it, it's looking at what can we do more in-house, what can we leverage off other similar business cases, how can we look at improvements to the business case process so it's not so costly, and that's what it's meaning by de-scoping, but still intending to try and get the same output that we were wanting to get from that full original price.
And because it's staged out too, then we get to reassess each time during that time as to the information that's coming through, what needs to be done, or is it just one closed project, or do we get updates?
No, there'll be updates throughout. So like I said, it's going to span over the next 3 years. Most of the work will be in year 2 and 3. Year 1 would just be a bit of sort of getting the project set up. But there'd definitely be, it would be a major project that
Ongoing.
would be reported onto IPC, and yeah, options, decisions and things coming to IPC along the way.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Puller?
Thank you, Annie. Just clarify for me, if you would, if we do the bridge, or think about the bridge off Rurutu Road, whilst it's only a small crossing, we would have to totally fund that, whereas if it was out by Pikitahi alongside the existing bridge, that would be NZTA and perhaps us, would it?
It's hard to answer, and it's something that would be worked out through the business case process. You know, through, so say if a new connection was put into the south end of Whakatane, it would be worth reviewing the current State Highway 30 layout and whether that's the optimum location or whether it moved and there were changes. All of that would be worked through that process. Going through the business case approach is for the purposes of attracting external funding to help co-fund the bridge. So it would be very unlikely that the entire bridge would be fully ratepayer funded. It would just be very unaffordable. But going through this business case approach sets us up with the economics and the justification for why it's a worthwhile investment, and whether that's subsidised by Waka Kotahi or some other government agency, it would set us up to explore that.
Thank you.
At the moment, the Pikitahi, as it is on Waka Kotahi's timetable, they would fund the whole thing, right? It's a state highway bridge.
Yeah.
And that was the message that David Spears gave us the other day.
It's in the
It may not
process.
even be 2037,
Yeah.
the way
Right.
things are going. It could
Yeah.
be pushed out even further still.
Yeah, well, I guess my point is that they will fund the whole
Yes.
lot whenever they get around to
When,
doing
yes,
anything.
yeah, it's a state highway bridge, so
Yeah.
fully NZTA funded.
And maybe, you know, it'll get more impetus when as the
spatial
aquaculture stuff gathers momentum.
And all that horse as well.
Yeah.
But even so, we might be able to persuade them earlier if we had some of our people from down the coast or businesses that would be interested in putting some funding in, and then we could perhaps convince them to do it a bit earlier with a bit of co-funding.
Well, I think the aquaculture will provide lots of driver for it. They are well aware of all that. I mean, I guess, or they, you know, it's on the government radar.
And we make them aware of that at our regional transport meetings, don't we, Your Worship?
We make them aware of,
Trying to get it up the priority list.
well, we've done our dash there for now.
Keep hammering
Oh.
the table.
So is there general consensus in what we're recommending for how to approach the business case funding?
Well done, Annie. Well done. Right.
So just to quickly recap what we've covered, and this was based off the preferred options, which we've had consensus on all of them, so that's good. Don't need to update it. So basically, special purpose roads, we're going to manage within the approved allocation, and in terms of decisions, there's no specific IPC decision needed. The changes will be implemented through the annual plan process and just for year one updating forecasts. Footpaths will manage within the approved allocation plus the year one additional local share. So, and when I say additional, that's what's already been rated for. Keeper Road will pause until we've got further information regarding the boat harbour, and then we'll come back for a further decision on how to proceed with that project. The resilience funded projects will now just be rescheduling based on all of these changes that we've been grappling with, and we'll progress those projects throughout the next 3 years. And all other roading improvement activities, basically we're going to defer the walking and cycling and safety projects. We'll retain the local share for the remaining resilience projects until we find out what's happening with that 100 million. We'll de-scope and deliver a Galston Road crossing, but coming back to IPC on the decision of whether that's temporary or AC. And same for delivering and de-scoping and delivering a minimal speed management plan, but again, we'll come back for a council briefing on developing that speed management plan in light of the new rules development. We will come back for a further briefing session on the seal extensions to determine the level of program that continues and work through the prioritisation lists and that sort of thing. We'll come back for an IPC decision on the option selection for Ottawa Bridge roundabout, and we'll fully fund the annual improvements associated with renewals, but we still hope that we'll get that low cost, low risk funding. And then transport planning, we'll defer all the business cases except the spatial plan related ones, which we'll de-scope and deliver within our local share budget.
Well done.
Thank you, Elise.
Great job considering that you've done all this work for the last time.
Yep, that's what it's all about, unfortunately.
Cool. Thank you very much.
And thank you for saving us some time as well.
Yes, much appreciated.
So we were due to be at this point by 3, but we got there early, so Frank and Co, is it? No, yeah, and Emlyn, you can probably get through this next bit. We'll have to, this is public excluded, so thank you to members of the public.